fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we delve into the ultimate tragedy of creation itself. How the mightiest of the Valar fell from greatest glory, to become the source of all darkness in Arda. If these chronicles speak to you, please like and subscribe, and let us know where you're listening from and what time it currently is. Now witness the beginning of Shadow, when the most blessed became the most cursed. In the timeless halls before the world was made, there dwelt the Ainur in harmony beyond mortal understanding. These were the Holy Ones, born of Iru's thought, and each possessed gifts and powers suited to their nature and purpose. Some excelled in the shaping of growing things, others in the music of waters or the dancing of flames. Yet among all the Ainur, one stood apart in the breadth of his knowledge and the depth of his power. Melkor was his name in those blessed days. He was the mightiest of all the Valar, and his understanding encompassed portions of the gifts given to each of his brethren. Where Aule knew the secrets of crafting, Melkor possessed knowledge of those same arts. Where Varda understood the light of stars, he comprehended their making. Where Ulmo commanded the music of waters, Melkor grasped the harmonies that gave them form. In the great design of Iru, Melkor had been given the greatest portion of power and knowledge, for great works were intended for his hands. He was to be the master architect among the Valar, the one who would weave together all their separate gifts into works of surpassing beauty. The very foundations of Arda were to know his touch, and the halls of creation would ring with the music he would make. But with this great power came a burden few could bear. Melkor looked upon his gifts and began to take pride in their scope. He gazed upon his brethren and saw how each possessed but fragments of what he held complete. In Aule's smithying, he perceived only a shadow of his own craft. In Varda's starlight, he beheld but a dim reflection of the radiance he might kindle. This pride took root in his heart like a seed planted in fertile soil. Day by day, in the timeless halls, it grew and strengthened. Melkor began to think of the great works he might accomplish, if only he were free to pursue his own visions. Why should he weave his power together with the lesser gifts of others, when he might create marvels that would surpass their combined efforts? The other Valar noticed the change that came over their brother. Where once his presence had brought harmony to their councils, now it seemed to introduce a note of discord. His suggestions grew more forceful, his patience with others' ideas more strained. When great works were planned, Melkor would offer grander alternatives. When harmony was sought, he would propose more complex melodies. Yet none suspected how far his thoughts had already travelled down dark paths. None guessed that in the secret places of his mind, Melkor had begun to dream of works that would be his alone. He envisioned realms where his will would be supreme, where no voice would be raised to modify his designs or temper his ambitions. These dreams became more precious to him than the fellowship of his brethren. Manwë, greatest of the Valar, save Melkor alone, sensed something of his brother's changing heart. In the wisdom that Iru had granted him, Manwë perceived that clouds were gathering in Melkor's spirit. Yet the nature of Manwë was such that he could not comprehend the depths of malice that dwelt in darkness. He knew only light and purity, and could not imagine how far corruption might spread in a heart that had once been bright. So Manwë spoke gently to Melkor, seeking to recall him to the joy of fellowship. He reminded his brother of the great works they might accomplish together, of the beauty they could bring forth through their combined efforts. But these words only kindled Melkor's pride to greater heat. Why should he, who surpassed all others in power and knowledge, be content to labor as one among many? The seed of rebellion had found deep soil in Melkor's heart, and it began to put forth roots that would spread through all the foundations of his being. In the timeless halls, where peace had reigned since the beginning of thought, shadow began to gather. The mightiest of the Ainur was becoming something else, something that creation had never known. Yet still he appeared fair to outward sight, and his voice carried the music of authority and wisdom. None yet called him by the name he would later bear, when his darkness was revealed for all to see. In those final days of innocence, he was still Melkor, the mighty, first among the Valar, greatest of Eru's children. But in the secret places of his thought, corruption was already at work. The greatest gifts ever granted to a created being were turning to instruments of rebellion. The most blessed of the Ainur was preparing to become the most cursed, though none yet guessed the terrible price that all creation would pay for one Valar's pride. The darkness was beginning, and not all the light in Arda would suffice to drive it back. Then came the day when Eru called all the Ainur before his throne, and his voice rang through the timeless halls, with authority beyond all questioning. The Holy Ones gathered in their multitudes, and among them came Melkor, still fairest in appearance, still mightiest in power. Yet in his heart the seeds of rebellion had grown strong, and he looked upon this gathering with eyes that saw opportunity rather than worship. Behold, spoke Eru to his children, I will set before you a theme, and you shall make in harmony together a great music. Through your song shall be revealed a vision wonderful to behold. For each shall weave his own thoughts and devices into the music, yet all shall serve the greater design. The Ainur lifted their voices in response, and such music began as had never been heard before or since. Each of the Holy Ones contributed according to his nature and the gifts he had received. Manwë sang of winds and open sky, while Ulmo's voice carried the deep music of waters. Aule's song rang with the strength of mountains and the patient work of craftsmen's hands. But Melkor listened to this growing harmony with a heart divided. Part of him thrilled to the beauty being born from their combined voices, yet a greater part chafed at the restrictions of the theme. Here was power beyond imagining, yet it was bound to serve Eru's design rather than his own vision. The music was glorious, but it was not his music. So Melkor began to weave into the harmony thoughts that were not in Eru's theme. Softly at first, he introduced variations that seemed innocent enough, small changes that enhanced the beauty rather than diminishing it. Some of the Ainur near him heard these alterations and found them pleasing, and they began to incorporate similar variations into their own songs. The music grew richer and more complex, but within its beauty a subtle wrongness began to take root. Where Eru's theme had called for simple harmonies, Melkor's additions demanded intricate counterpoint. Where the original design sought balance, his variations pushed toward extremes. The song was becoming something other than what Eru had intended. Emboldened by his success, Melkor grew more daring in his alterations. He began to sing not variations on Eru's theme, but themes of his own devising, his voice mightiest among all the Ainur. rose in melodies that had never been heard in the timeless halls. They were beautiful after their fashion, but they served his will rather than Eru's design. The discord spread like ripples in a pool. Those Ainur who had been drawn to Melkor's early variations found themselves caught up in his greater rebellion. Their voices began to follow his lead, weaving harmonies that supported his themes rather than Eru's. The great music became a battleground between two visions, two wills contending for supremacy. Some of the holy ones fell silent in confusion, unable to find their place in this strange new music. Others raised their voices louder in an attempt to restore the original harmony. The halls that had known only perfect unity now rang with the sound of cosmic discord. Manwë and his followers strove to maintain Eru's theme, but their efforts seemed weak against the growing power of Melkor's rebellion. The mightiest voice among them was turned against the music's true design, and his influence drew ever more of the Ainur into discord. What had begun as perfect harmony was becoming beautiful chaos. Yet even as Melkor's power seemed to grow, overwhelming, Eru remained seated upon his throne, and his face showed neither anger nor dismay. He listened to the discord with the patience of one who sees beyond the present moment, who understands the full pattern even when its threads seem tangled beyond repair. Then Eru lifted his left hand, and a new theme began amid the chaos. It was like the first theme, yet deeper and more terrible in its beauty. This new music acknowledged the discord, but did not surrender to it. Instead, it wove Melkor's rebellion into a greater pattern, making even his defiance serve purposes beyond his understanding. Melkor heard this new theme and recognized the challenge it presented. His discord was not being conquered, but transformed, made to serve ends he had never intended. In fury, he poured all his power into his rebellion, making his music as loud and as chaotic as he could manage. The very halls seemed to tremble with the violence of his effort. But Eru lifted his right hand, and silence fell like a curtain across all the music. In that sudden quiet, the Ainur stood amazed, some in triumph, others in shame, and Melkor in rage that burned all the brighter for being forced to stillness. The great music was ended, but its echoes would ring through all the ages of the world to come. "Behold your music," said Eru to the assembled Ainur, and before them appeared a vision of what their song had wrought. A world of such beauty and terrible majesty that even those who had participated in its making stood in wonder. Yet in that vision, Melkor saw not triumph, but defeat. His discord had become part of a pattern greater than his rebellion. His defiance had been woven into Eru's design, made to serve purposes that were not his own. The mightiest of the Ainur had spent all his power in rebellion, only to find his very rebellion maidservant to his Creator's will. In that moment, as he gazed upon the world his music had helped to shape, Melkor's heart filled with a darkness that would never wholly depart. He had sought to be supreme, and found himself bound. He had sought to create, and found his creation subject to another's design. The first discord had been sounded, and its echoes would ring through all the music of creation until the very ending of days. There before the assembled Aina hung the vision of Arda, born from their music and shining with the light of Eru's design. Oceans rolled beneath skies of deepest blue, while mountains lifted their peaks toward stars not yet kindled. Forests spread their green canopies over valleys, where flowers bloomed in colors that had no names, and rivers sang as they wound their way to the sea. The Ainur beheld this vision and marveled at the beauty their voices had wrought. Even those who had followed Melkor into discord stood amazed at what their rebellion had helped to shape. For Iru's wisdom was beyond their understanding, and he had woven even their defiance into patterns of surpassing loveliness. Yet Melkor looked upon the vision with eyes that saw not beauty but opportunity. Here was a realm that could be shaped according to will and desire. Here were substances that could be molded, forces that could be directed, spaces that could be claimed and ruled. The vision showed him not Iru's achievement, but his own potential dominion. While his brethren gazed in wonder at the harmony of the design, Melkor studied the vision with the intensity of a conqueror planning his campaign. He saw where mountains might be raised higher, where seas might be deepened, where the very foundations of the world might be altered to serve his purposes. The music had ended, but the shaping could begin anew. In the depths of Melkor's heart, a great longing arose. This world that hung before them like a jewel in darkness, this realm born from song and vision, could become his domain. He need not remain forever in the timeless halls, bound by fellowship and constrained by the will of others. Here was a place where his power could find full expression. The vision faded as Iru withdrew it from their sight, but its image remained burned into Melkor's thought. Even as the other Ainur continued their wandering discourse about what they had beheld. Melkor's mind was already racing ahead to possibilities the vision had revealed. He began to plan, to calculate, to dream of dominion. Then Iru spoke again to his children, and his words would change the fate of all creation. Behold, I give to you the power to descend into this world, if you so choose, and to give it form according to your nature. Yet know that in entering Arda, you shall be bound to it until the end of time. Your power shall be lessened by taking physical form, but your influence upon the world shall be made manifest. Many of the Ainur hesitated at these words, for the timeless halls had been their home since the beginning of thought. To leave that blessed realm for the uncertain glory of physical form seemed a great and perilous choice. But Melkor felt no hesitation. Here was the opportunity his heart had craved. Without delay or ceremony, Melkor chose to descend. His spirit, mightiest among all the Ainur, pressed downward from the timeless halls toward the world that hung waiting in the void. As he descended, he felt his power gathering and focusing, preparing to take on form and substance in the realm below. He entered Arda like a flame given shape and will. The moment his essence touched the foundations of the world, changes began to ripple outward from his presence. Where Iru's design had called for gentle valleys, Melkor's influence carved deep chasms. Where the music had woven patterns of moderate climate, his power kindled extremes of heat and cold. Melkor revelled in this first exercise of his will upon physical creation. Here was power made manifest. Here was the ability to shape and alter according to his desire alone. No other voice constrained him. No fellowship limited his choices. In this new realm, he could be what he had always believed himself to be, supreme. He began to establish his dominion with the joy of an artist, finally free to create without restriction. Mountains rose at his command, reaching toward the heavens like monuments to his power. seas boiled with heat drawn up from the world's foundations. Storms gathered at his summons, and lightning danced according to his will. Yet even as Melkor worked to reshape Arda according to his vision, he began to sense that he was not alone in the world. Other presences were descending from the timeless halls. Other wills were preparing to take form and enter the realm he had claimed as his own. The knowledge filled him with fierce possessiveness. This world had been born from the music, and his voice had been mightiest in that song. By right of power and priority, Arda should bow to his will alone. The other Ainur might come as servants or subjects, but they should not come as equals. The very thought of sharing dominion over his realm kindled anger in Melkor's heart. So began the first war for the mastery of Arda. It was fought not with swords or armies, for such things did not yet exist, but with the clash of will against will, power against power. Melkor strove to claim and hold the entire world as his domain, while his brethren sought to establish their own places within Eru's design. The vision had shown them harmony, but Melkor's heart knew only the desire for supremacy. In entering Arda, the mightiest of the Ainur had chosen the path that would make him enemy to all that was fair and good in the world. The flame of his ambition had been kindled, and it would burn until the very foundations of creation were consumed in its heat. The other Valar descended into Arda, and beheld what Melkor had wrought in his first fury of creation. Where Eru's design had envisioned ordered beauty, they found chaos and extremes. Mountains thrust up like jagged teeth, while chasms gaped like wounds in the earth's flesh. Storms raged without purpose or pattern, and the very air seemed to burn with the heat of Melkor's unrestrained will. Yet the Valar did not despair, for they carried within themselves the memory of the vision, and they knew what Arda was meant to become. With patient labor, they began to establish order where Melkor had sown confusion. Manwë calmed the raging storms and gave them proper paths across the sky. Ulmo gathered the scattered waters into their appointed courses. Aule smoothed the tortured earth and gave it stable foundations. Melkor washed these works with growing fury. Each act of restoration diminished his dominion. Each ordered creation stood as a rebuke to his chaotic alterations. The world he had claimed as his own was being transformed according to purposes he had not chosen. His fellow Valar worked not as his subjects, but as his equals, and this equality he could not endure. War came to Arda then, the first war the world had known. It was not fought with weapons of metal or stone, for such things were unknown in that elder time. Instead, the Valar contested with the raw forces of creation itself. Melkor would raise a mountain, and Aule would carve valleys to contain its roots. Melkor would kindle a fire to consume the growing things, and Yavanna would call rain to quench the flames. For long ages this contest continued, with Melkor striving always to claim dominion over the whole of Arda, while his brethren worked to establish the vision they had seen in the timeless halls. Neither side could achieve complete victory, for Melkor's power was greatest among them, but the other Valar were many, and their unity gave them strength. At last, the Valar achieved a temporary peace. Melkor withdrew to the northern wastes, where he delved deep halls in the roots of the earth, and began to gather about himself such Maya as were drawn to his rebellion. In these halls, which he named Utumno, he brooded on his defeats and planned greater works of dominion. Meanwhile, the Valar labored to bring light to the world, for in those days neither sun nor moon had yet been kindled, and Arda lay in darkness save for the fires that burned in the deep places. After much thought and preparation, they resolved to raise 2 mighty lamps that would illuminate all the lands and seas. In the midst of Arda they raised a great pillar, taller than any mountain, and upon its summit they set a lamp of gold, whose light was like the brightness of the stars, concentrated into perfect radiance. This lamp they named Illuin, and its beams reached to every corner of the northern lands. Between these 2 great lamps lay the great lake, and in its midst was the island where the Valar made their first dwelling in Arda. There they built the city of Almaron, and for a time it seemed that peace and order had come to the world at last. Under the mingled light of the lamps, all things grew and flourished. Forests spread their branches wide, flowers opened petals of every hue, and the very stones seemed to sing with the joy of creation fulfilled. But in Utumno, Melkor felt the touch of that blessed light, and it tormented him beyond endurance. Each ray that penetrated his dark halls reminded him of his defeat. Each gleam that illuminated his works showed him how far short they fell of true beauty. The light of the lamps was like a constant accusation, a daily proof that others could create what he could only corrupt. His hatred grew until it consumed all other thoughts. In the depths of his fortress, he planned a stroke that would shatter the Valar's peace, and plunge the world into darkness once more. If he could not rule in light, then he would make himself master of shadows. Melkor began to delve secret tunnels beneath the roots of the earth, reaching out from Utumno toward the pillars that supported the great lamps. His work was hidden from the sight of the Valar, for he labored in places deeper than their watchful eyes could penetrate. For long years he worked, undermining the foundations of their great achievement. The Valar in Almaron knew nothing of this hidden labor. They dwelt in the light of their lamps, and rejoiced in the beauty that surrounded them. Yavanna sang to the growing things, and they responded with ever greater loveliness. Aule shaped metals and stones into works of wonder. All seemed well with the world, and peace appeared secure at last. Then Melkor struck. In a single moment of terrible violence, he shattered the foundations of both pillars. The mighty supports, weakened by his secret delving, could no longer bear the weight of the great lamps above. With a sound like thunder multiplied beyond all measure, both pillars cracked and swayed and fell. Then Melkor struck. In a single moment of terrible violence, he shattered the foundations of both pillars. The mighty supports, weakened by his secret delving, could no longer bear the weight of the great lamps above. With a sound like thunder multiplied beyond all measure, both pillars cracked and swayed and fell. Illuin and Ormul, the lights of the world, plummeted from their heights and struck the earth with such force that the very foundations of Arda shook. Where they fell, great seas of fire spread outward, consuming all in their path. The ordered beauty that had grown under their light was swept away in moments, replaced by waste and desolation. The Valar fled from Almaran as the fires approached, bearing with them what they could save from the ruin. Their first dwelling in Arda was consumed, their great work undone, their peace shattered by Melkor's malice. The world that had known light and order was plunged into darkness and chaos once more. In the depths of Utumno, Melkor laughed at his victory. The lamps were broken, the Valar scattered, and darkness ruled the earth again. He had proven that destruction was easier than creation, that malice could triumph over love. Yet in his triumph lay the seed of greater conflicts to come. For the Valar would not accept this defeat as final, and their response would shake the world to its foundations. In the darkness that followed the lamp's destruction, Melkor withdrew to the uttermost north of Middle-earth, where ice and stone stretched endlessly beneath starless skies. There, in that desolate realm beyond the reach of his enemies, he began the greatest work of his rebellion. If the Valar would not acknowledge his supremacy, then he would build a kingdom where his will alone held sway. The earth trembled as Melkor began his delving. Deep into the bones of Arda he carved, deeper than any of the Valar had ever worked, until he reached places where the very foundations of the world grew thin and malleable. Here, in the roots of the mountains, he would build a fortress that would dwarf any work his brethren might achieve. Utumno rose in those days, though rose was perhaps the wrong word for a realm that grew ever downward into darkness. Its halls stretched for leagues beneath the earth, carved from living rock and shaped according to Melkor's vision of terrible majesty. No light of star or flame touched those depths save what he kindled himself, and that light was red as blood and cold as the spaces between the stars. The fortress was not built by Melkor's hands alone, though his power shaped its greatest halls. In those dark days after the lamps fell, other spirits began to come to him, drawn by the promise of power, unconstrained by fellowship or mercy. Some were Maya who had grown weary of service to the Valar, while others were beings of lesser order who had never known the light of the blessed realm. Among these followers, certain ones stood forth in power and malice that matched their master's own dark majesty. These were the spirits who would become known in later ages as Balrogs, the demons of shadow and flame. In the deeps of Utumno, Melkor wrought them into new forms, clothing their essence in bodies of shadow and fire, that could walk the halls of Arda and work his will upon the world. Gothmog was the mightiest of these corrupted Maya, and he became Melkor's chief lieutenant in those early days of darkness. His form was terrible to behold, wreathed in flame that gave no warmth and casting shadows that seemed to devour light itself. In his hands he bore weapons forged in Utumno's deepest fires, and his voice carried the authority of one who spoke with Melkor's own power. The halls of Utumno rang with the sound of forges working day and night, though in that realm of eternal darkness, day and night held no meaning. Here, Melkor's servants labored to create weapons and instruments of war unlike any the world had yet seen. Swords they made that could cleave stone as easily as flesh, and armor that turned aside all blows save those struck with the greatest force. Yet weapons were only the beginning of Melkor's works in Utumno. In the deepest pits of his fortress, he began experiments in creation that would have horrified the Valar had they known of them. He sought to understand the very nature of life itself, not to nurture it as Yavanna did, but to twist it into forms that would serve his purposes. Creatures began to emerge from these laboratories of corruption, beings that had never walked beneath the light of the lamps or known the touch of Aru's direct creation. Wolves there were, but larger and more terrible than any natural beast. With eyes that burned like coals, and voices that could freeze the blood of those who heard them. Other things took shape in those depths, creatures for which no names existed, because they were abominations against the very order of creation. The power that flowed from Utumno began to corrupt the lands around it. The very air grew thick with malice, and plants that grew too near the fortress withered and took on twisted forms. Streams that flowed down from those northern wastes carried poison in their waters, and the fish that swam in them became things of horror rather than beauty. Melkor himself grew in stature and terrible majesty during these years of building. The form he wore in Arda became ever more imposing, until he stood like a tower of shadow and flame among his servants. His voice carried such authority that none in Utumno could resist his commands, and his will imposed itself upon every stone and timber of his great fortress. Yet for all his growing power, Melkor was not content. The darkness he ruled was vast, but it was only a small portion of Arda's expanse. Beyond the borders of his influence, he knew that the Valar still worked to heal the wounds he had inflicted upon the world. The knowledge that others shaped Arda according to their will, rather than his own, filled him with a rage that grew stronger with each passing age. From the highest towers of Utumno, he could see far across Middle-earth to where lights began to kindle in the western lands. The Valar had not been idle in their exile from Almaron. They had found new dwelling places and were beginning new works of creation. The sight of those distant gleams was like salt in a wound to Melkor's pride. He began to plan new campaigns of conquest and destruction. Utumno would be his base of operations, the place from which his power would flow out to claim all of Middle-earth. The fortress that had grown in darkness would become the capital of an empire that stretched from the northern wastes to the furthest southern seas. In the depths of his throne room, carved from a single enormous stone, and lit by flames that had never known the touch of natural fire, Melkor sat and dreamed of dominion. The mightiest of the Valar had become the master of the deepest darkness, and his rebellion had grown from mere discord in the music to open war against the very foundations of Eru's creation. The underworld was complete, and from its depths would come such evils as Arda had never imagined. Utumno stood ready to vomit forth its master's wrath upon the world, and none yet guessed how terrible that wrath would prove to be. In the deepest pits of Utumno, where the stone itself seemed to weep with the memory of violence, Melkor began his greatest blasphemy against the order of creation. He had built his fortress and gathered his servants, but mere architecture and willing followers could not satisfy the hunger that burned in his corrupted heart. He would not merely rule over what existed. He would create new forms of life that owed their very existence to his will alone. The workshops he established for this purpose lay far beneath even the throne halls, where Gothmog and the other Balrogs held their councils. Here, in chambers carved from rock that had never known light, Melkor labored with an intensity that bordered on madness. The tools he used were not hammers and tongs like those Aule employed, but forces drawn from the very foundations of being itself. He began with creatures that already roamed the wild places of Middle-earth, beasts that had emerged from the music of creation, but bore no special protection or blessing from the Valar. Wolves he took first, for their fierce nature appealed to his corrupted vision. But the wolves that entered his laboratories bore little resemblance to the creatures that emerged from them. Under Melkor's ministrations, their forms swelled until they stood as tall as horses, yet retained all the predatory grace of their smaller kin. Their eyes he kindled with fires drawn from Utumno's forges, until they glowed like coals in the darkness, and could see clearly in depths where even starlight never penetrated. Their voices he changed, until their howls could freeze the blood of any who heard them, and carry 4 leagues across the frozen wastes. But it was not enough merely to enlarge and enhance what already existed. Melkor's ambition drove him to attempt creations that had no precedent in Iru's design. In the crucibles of his deepest workshops, he began to blend the essence of different creatures, creating amalgamations that violated every principle of natural order. Things emerged from those experiments that had no names because they had never been intended to exist. Some bore the bodies of great cats, but walked upright like men, their hands ending in claws that could rend stone as easily as flesh. Others combined the worst aspects of serpent and bird, with wings that cast shadows like funeral shrouds, and voices that spoke words in languages that hurt the mind to hear. Each new creation filled Melkor with a perverse joy, for here was proof that his power rivaled even that of Eru himself. The flame imperishable might kindle life, but Melkor could twist that life into forms that served his purposes rather than the Creator's design. In his pride, he began to believe that he was not merely reshaping what existed, but bringing forth genuinely new forms of being. The creatures he made were bound to him by bonds stronger than mere loyalty or fear. Their very existence depended upon his continued will, and they felt his desires as physical compulsions that could not be resisted. They were extensions of his malice given independent form, and through them his influence could spread far beyond the borders of Utumno itself. Some of these early monsters he sent forth into the world to serve as his scouts and agents. They prowled the dark places of Middle-earth, seeking out any signs of the Valar's activity, and reporting back to their master through bonds that transcended ordinary communication. Their presence began to corrupt the very lands they walked upon, turning streams bitter and causing healthy trees to sicken and die. The mightiest of his early creations, Melkor kept close to himself, using them as guards for his most secret chambers, and as enforcers of his will among his other servants. These creatures were too terrible to be allowed to roam freely, for their mere presence could drive lesser beings mad with terror. They dwelt in the deepest pits of Utumno, feeding on darkness itself and growing stronger with each passing age. Yet for all his success in creating new forms of life, Melkor found himself increasingly frustrated by the limitations of his material. The beasts of Middle-earth provided only crude substance for his experiments, and the results, while terrible and effective, lacked the refinement he craved. They were powerful, but they were also mindless, capable only of following simple commands and indulging their base appetites. What Melkor truly desired was to create beings that possessed both power and intelligence, creatures that could serve not merely as weapons or tools, but as true subjects capable of worship and independent thought. He envisioned armies of such beings, all owing their existence to him alone, all bound to serve his will, while possessing enough consciousness to choose that service freely. But intelligence was not something that could be imposed from without like size or strength. It arose from the deepest mysteries of creation, from the interaction between the flame imperishable, and the designs woven into the music itself. To create truly intelligent beings, Melkor would need access to the very sources of consciousness, to the spark that made the difference between mere life and true awareness. This realization filled him with a rage that shook the foundations of Utumno. His power, vast though it was, had limits that he could not transcend through will alone. He could corrupt and alter what already existed, but the deepest mysteries of creation remained beyond his grasp. The intelligent servants he craved would have to be won through conquest, rather than fashioned in his laboratories. Yet the monsters he had already created served their purpose well enough. They spread his influence across the dark places of Middle-earth, and their very existence was a testament to his power over the forces of life and death. In time, he would find better material for his experiments, beings that already possessed the intelligence he sought to corrupt. The first monsters were complete, and they were only the beginning. In the depths of Utumno, their creators sat upon his throne, and dreamed of greater abominations yet to come, of corruptions so perfect that even their victims would thank him for the transformation. The workshops of blasphemy remained busy, and their products grew ever more terrible with each passing age. The corruption that flowed from Utumno could not long remain hidden from the Valar, though they dwelt now in the far west, beyond the reach of Melkor's immediate malice. The very air of Middle-earth began to carry whispers of wrongness, and the waters that flowed from the northern wastes brought with them the taste of poison and despair. Yavanna felt the sickness first, for her spirit was attuned to all growing things, and she sensed how the forests nearest to Utumno writhed in unnatural anguish. Manwë looked eastward from his high halls, and saw shadows gathering where no shadows should fall. The winds that came to him from Middle-earth carried sense of corruption that made his spirit recoil in horror. Something moved in the darkness of the world's heart, something that defied every principle of harmony and order that the music had established. The Valar took counsel together, and their debate was long and sorrowful. They had come to Arda to be its guardians and shapers, but their mightiest brother had become its greatest enemy. The realm they sought to nurture was being poisoned at its very roots, and each day that passed saw Melkor's influence spread further across the lands they had hoped to perfect. Olé spoke of the unnatural creatures his servants reported in the wild places, beasts that bore the mark of deliberate corruption rather than natural evolution. Omo told of streams that ran backward and seas that boiled without cause, signs that the very foundations of the world were being twisted to serve alien purposes. All their works were being undone by the malice that poured forth from the northern darkness, yet still they hesitated to take up arms against their brother, for war among the powers of Arda would shake the world to its foundations. The damage such conflict might cause could prove worse than even Melkor's corruption, and the scars it left might never heal. But as the reports of spreading darkness continued to arrive, it became clear that hesitation would serve only to make Melkor stronger. The decision, when it finally came, was unanimous. The Valar would march to war against the master of Utumno, not in hatred, but in sorrow for what he had become. They armed themselves with powers drawn from the deepest sources of their being, and they set forth across Middle-earth with purposes as grim as any they had ever conceived. Melkor felt their approach long before his scouts brought word of their movements. The very foundations of Utumno trembled as the combined might of the Valar drew near, and for the first time since his rebellion began, something like doubt stirred in his heart. He had grown mighty in his fortress, but he remained alone in his power, while his enemies came united in their purpose. Yet pride would not let him yield or flee. From the deepest armories of Utumno, he summoned forth his servants in numbers beyond counting. Balrogs emerged from their pits of fire, their whips cracking like thunder as they prepared for battle. The great wolves loped through the halls with eyes blazing and fangs gleaming, while overhead his winged creatures darkened the sky with their multitude. The war that followed shook Middle-earth from its northern wastes to its furthest southern shores. Mountains cracked under the weight of the Valar's tread, while seas boiled where Melkor's fire met Ulmo's waters. The very air seemed to burn with the violence of their conflict, and the few creatures that had survived the earlier darkness fled to whatever shelter they could find. Melkor fought with the fury of one who knows his cause is lost, but will not admit defeat. His power, concentrated and focused through ages of brooding malice, seemed at first to match even the combined might of his foes. Where Manwë sent forth winds to scatter his armies, Melkor called up storms that turned the sky black as midnight. Where Aule raised barriers of stone to contain his advance, Melkor shattered them with earthquakes that opened chasms in the earth. But gradually, the weight of numbers began to tell against him. The Valar fought not merely with power, but with unity of purpose, each supporting the others in perfect harmony. Melkor's servants, mighty though they were, remained creatures of his own making, bound to his will but lacking the independence of true allies. One by one, they fell before the combined assault of his enemies. Gothmog himself strove against Manwë, in single combat above the towers of Udamno, fire meeting wind in a contest that lit the northern sky like a second dawn. But even the mightiest of the Balrogs could not stand alone against the Elder King, and he was cast down into the depths from which he had emerged. At last Melkor stood alone among the ruins of his fortress, his armies scattered and his great works undone. The Valar surrounded him in a circle of implacable power, and he saw in their faces not triumph, but sorrow for what he had chosen to become. Even in that moment, Manwë offered him the chance to repent and return to the fellowship he had abandoned. But Melkor's pride would not bend even in defeat. He raised his voice in defiance, calling curses down upon his captors and swearing oaths of vengeance that made the very stones of Utumno weep. His hatred burned so fiercely that it seemed to take physical form, a darkness that reached out to poison everything it touched. Then the Valar laid hands upon their fallen brother, and the greatest of the Eye, Nor, was bound with chains forged from his own malice. The power that had shaped Utumno and corrupted countless creatures was turned back upon itself, becoming the instrument of its master's captivity. Melkor struggled against these bonds with all his remaining strength, but they were wrought from his own essence and could not be broken by force. They bore him westward across Middle-earth, past the ruins of the works he had destroyed, and the wastelands his corruption had created. The journey was long and sorrowful, for at each step they saw fresh evidence of the damage. His rebellion had wrought upon the world they had hoped to perfect. At the borders of Valinor, the Undying Lands, they delivered Melkor into the custody of Mandos, he who was judge of the Valar and keeper of the halls of the dead. There, in chambers carved from adamant and sealed with bonds, that could not be broken by any power in Arda. The master of Utumno began his captivity. 3 full ages he would remain there, 3 turnings of the great wheel of time, during which the world might heal from the wounds he had inflicted. In the darkness of his prison, Melkor had long years to contemplate what his pride had cost him, and what further prices it might yet demand. But in his heart, no true repentance grew. Instead, his hatred deepened and refined itself, becoming something purer and more terrible than the crude malice he had wielded before. In the silence of Mando's halls, the first Dark Lord prepared for a return that would make his earlier rebellion seem like mere discord in a children's song. Three ages passed in the halls of Mandos, while Melkor dwelt in darkness that was not of his own making. The chambers that held him were carved from stone harder than diamond, and their walls were inscribed with words of binding that drew their power from the music itself. No light touched those depths save what filtered down through passages sealed with adamant, and no sound reached the prisoner save the distant echo of his own breathing. In that profound solitude, Melkor had long years to contemplate the ruin of his first rebellion. The mighty fortress of Utumno lay broken and empty, its halls collapsed and its forges cold. The armies he had gathered were scattered or destroyed, and the creatures he had shaped in his workshops had fled to the dark corners of the world. All his works had come to nothing, and he alone remained to bear the weight of his failure. Yet in the depths of his captivity, no true repentance stirred in Melkor's heart. Instead, his hatred refined itself like metal tempered in flame, becoming purer and more focused with each passing age. He brooded on the moment of his defeat, analyzing every detail with the intensity of a general studying a lost battle. The Valar had conquered him through unity, but unity could be broken. Trust could be betrayed, and fellowship could be turned to weakness. As the ages turned, voices began to rise among the Valar, calling for mercy toward their imprisoned brother. Manwë himself led these appeals, for his nature was such that he could not believe evil could resist the healing power of time and solitude. Surely, the elder king argued, even the mightiest rebellion must eventually exhaust itself against the patient love of Aru's design. Yavanna spoke of the growing things that suffered in Middle-earth, where the poison of Melkor's influence still lingered in stream and soil. Would not his repentance speed the healing of those wounds? Ali remembered the brother who had once shared in the joy of creation, and wondered if that joy might yet be rekindled. Even Olmo, whose waters had been among the first to feel Melkor's corruption, began to speak of forgiveness and the possibility of redemption. Only Tolkien, mightiest in strength among the Valar, counseled continued caution. He had felt the full fury of Melkor's power in battle, and he sensed something unfinished in their victory. But his voice was overruled by those who spoke of mercy and the healing power of time. 3 ages, they reasoned, was surely enough to humble even the proudest heart and turn it back toward the light. In his cell, Melkor felt the slow change in his captor's attitude like a spider sensing vibrations in its web. Through the stones themselves, he could feel the growing sympathy that stirred in the undying lands, and he began to prepare for the performance of his existence. If the Valar wished to believe in his repentance, then repentant he would seem, at least until the moment came to cast aside all pretense. When at last the summons came to appear before the judgment seat of Manwë, Melkor was ready. The form he wore as they led him from his cell was calculated to inspire both pity and hope. Gone was the terrible majesty he had displayed in Utumno, replaced by an aspect of noble sorrow that spoke of pride humbled and malice purged by suffering. His voice, when he spoke, carried no trace of the rage that had once shaken the foundations of his fortress. Before the assembled Valar, Melkor cast himself upon the ground and spoke words that seemed to flow from a heart truly broken by remorse. He acknowledged his crimes against the order of creation and begged forgiveness for the pain his rebellion had caused. The darkness that had consumed his spirit, he claimed, had been burned away by the fires of just punishment, leaving only ashes and the desire to make amends. The performance was flawless in every detail. Melkor spoke of his loneliness in the halls of Mandos, of the long years he had spent contemplating the harmony he had violated. He praised the wisdom of his captors and begged only for the chance to prove that his repentance was genuine. His words carried such conviction that even Tulkas began to waver in his opposition. Manwë looked upon his fallen brother and saw only what his own noble nature allowed him to perceive. The elder king could no more comprehend the depths of calculated deception than he could willingly embrace malice himself. In Melkor's carefully crafted humility, he saw the triumph of patience and mercy over pride and rebellion. Yet the Valar were not entirely without caution. Melkor would be released, but under conditions that would limit his freedom and test the sincerity of his conversion. He would dwell in Valinor itself, under the watchful eyes of those he claimed to have wronged. He would be given tasks suited to his repentant state, opportunities to demonstrate through deeds, rather than words that his heart had truly changed. Most importantly, he would be forbidden to leave the Blessed Realm without the express permission of Manwë himself. Whatever works of healing or creation he wished to undertake must be performed within the borders of Valinor, where his actions could be observed and his progress measured. These restrictions he accepted with every appearance of gratitude, as though confinement in paradise were a mercy beyond his deserving. The chains that bound him were struck away with ceremony, befitting the magnitude of mercy being shown. As the adamant links fell to the floor of Manwë's hall, they rang like bells celebrating a victory over darkness itself. The Valar looked upon their freed brother and saw in him the promise of redemption triumphant. Evil conquered not by force, but by the patient power of love. But in Melkor's heart, hatred burned as fierce as ever, hidden now beneath layers of deception, more subtle than any corruption he had worked upon the creatures of Middle-earth. The chains were broken, but the bonds of malice remained unbroken. His rebellion had not ended. It had merely entered a new and more dangerous phase. The prisoner's plea had been accepted, and his freedom restored. Now came the time to prove whether mercy extended to the undeserving could triumph over malice refined by ages of brooding hate. The true test of Melkor's repentance was about to begin, and he was already planning its catastrophic failure. Melkor came to dwell in Valmer as one reborn from darkness, and the light of the two trees fell upon him for the first time since his rebellion began. Laurelin's golden radiance and Telperian's silver gleaming should have brought joy to any spirit freed from the shadows of Mandos, yet they served only to remind him of all he had lost and all he still coveted. Each ray that touched his carefully composed features was like a blade turned in an old wound. The Valar had prepared chambers for him befitting one who sought redemption through service. These halls were fair beyond mortal description, wrought of white stone that seemed to capture and hold the mingled light of the trees. Gardens surrounded them, where flowers bloomed in hues that had no names in any earthly tongue, and fountains sang with water drawn from springs that had never known corruption. Yet Melkor found no peace in this beauty. Where others saw harmony and perfection, he perceived only reminders of his exclusion from the great work of creation. Each perfect detail was a testament to achievements that bore no mark of his making. Each lovely vista spoke of visions he had not shared. The very perfection of Valinor made his exile from true fellowship more bitter than any chain. He played his part with consummate skill, accepting the tasks assigned to him with every appearance of grateful humility. When Yavanna asked his counsel on matters of growing things, he spoke words of wisdom that seemed to flow from genuine love of creation. When Ale sought his aid in works of shaping, Melkor's suggestions were so apt and helpful that the smith of the Valar began to speak fondly of his brother's return to fellowship. But even as Melkor labored in their gardens and workshops, his true attention was focused elsewhere. The Valar themselves held little interest for him now, for he had measured their powers in battle and knew their limitations. It was their children, the Eldar, who had awakened beside Quivionen and been brought to dwell in the light of Valinor, the undying lands, who drew his keenest observation. The Noldor, above all, captured his attention, for in them burned a flame of creativity that echoed his own lost gifts. Prince Feanor moved through the halls of Tirion like a living jewel, his mind aflame with visions of works that had never been attempted. In his hands, the arts of his people reached heights that amazed even the Valar themselves, and his latest creation, the Silmarils, held the very light of the trees captive in crystalline form. Melkor studied Feanor with the intensity of a hunter learning the habits of his prey. He noted the prince's fierce pride in his achievements, and the way his eyes kindled when others praised his works. Here was a spirit that could be touched by the same ambitions that had once driven Melkor himself. Here was pride that might be turned to rebellion if the proper pressure were applied. Yet Feanor was not the only one who drew Melkor's attention. The prince's half-brothers, Fingolfin and Finarfin, commanded their own followings among the Noldor, and between these houses ran currents of rivalry that a careful observer might learn to exploit. Feanor's sons, too, showed the fire of their father's spirit, though in each it burned with a different hue. Day by day, as Melkor moved among the Eldar, with the appearance of one seeking friendship and counsel, he gathered intelligence more valuable than any treasure. He learned which words could kindle anger in Feanor's heart, and which suggestions could deepen the prince's suspicions of his brothers. He discovered the fears that lay hidden beneath Fingolfin's noble bearing, and the doubts that sometimes clouded Finarfin's wisdom. Most precious of all, he began to understand the deep love the Noldor bore for their works and treasures. They were craftsmen above all else, and in their creations they poured not merely skill, but portions of their very souls. To threaten their works was to threaten their spirits themselves, and to steal their treasures was to wound them more deeply than any sword could cut. The knowledge grew within him like a secret fire, warming him through the long charade of repentance. Each conversation with the Eldar, added new understanding to his store. Each observation revealed fresh possibilities for manipulation. He began to see how the very virtues of the Noldor might be turned into weapons against them, how their love of beauty could become a snare, and their pride in achievement a path to downfall. Yet Melkor was too wise to move openly against them, while he remained under the watchful eyes of the Valar instead. He contented himself with small influences. Words dropped into conversations that would take root and grow in their intended soil. A hint here about the limitations placed upon Eldarin craft by their dwelling in Valinor. A suggestion there that perhaps the Noldor deserved greater recognition for their achievements. He spoke most often to those Eldar who gathered at the great square of Tirion, where the Noldor came to hear news and debate matters of importance to their people. There, standing among them like a reformed criminal seeking acceptance, Melkor offered wisdom that seemed both helpful and harmless. His words were always carefully chosen to deepen existing divisions rather than create new ones. Surely, he might say to one group, Prince Feanor's gifts deserve recognition even among the Valar themselves. Has any of the Holy Ones created works to match the Silmarils? And to another group, he would speak differently. Yet wisdom is not the sole province of any one house. The children of Finwë are all blessed with greatness, though each expresses it in his own manner. The poison of these seemingly innocent words spread slowly through the Noldorin community, carried by those who thought they were merely repeating the observations of a repentant Valar. Jealousies that had slumbered began to stir, and pride that had been content with its achievements began to demand greater recognition. Through it all, Melkor maintained his facade of humble service to the will of Manwë and the good of all creation. When the Valar looked upon him, they saw only what he wished them to see, a spirit genuinely transformed by suffering and determined to make amends for past errors. His reformation appeared so complete that some began to speak of it as a miracle worthy of celebration. But in the secret places of his heart, where no light of Valinor could penetrate, Melkor nurtured the same hatred that had driven his first rebellion. The watching and learning were only preparation for a stroke that would dwarf his earlier crimes. The Valar had shown him mercy, and he would repay that mercy with betrayal beyond their darkest imagining. The Watcher had learned all he needed to know, and the time of deception was drawing to its close. The charade of repentance grew ever more burdensome to Melkor as the years passed in the light of Valinor, the undying lands. Each day brought fresh reminders of his diminished status. Each act of humble service rankled against the pride that still burned in his heart. The Valar praised his reformation, and the Eldar began to speak of him with something approaching trust. Yet all their approval felt like mockery to one who had once commanded the allegiance of Balrogs and the fear of nations. He began to chafe against the restrictions that bound him to the blessed realm, the world beyond. Valinor's borders called to him with voices of shadow and revenge, and the knowledge that he could not answer. That call, without revealing the falseness of his repentance, filled him with rage that grew stronger each day. The performance was becoming unbearable, and he knew that soon he must either act or be consumed by his own frustrated malice. In the depths of night, when even the light of the trees dimmed to silver twilight, Melkor began to walk the borders of Valinor in secret. He told himself that these journeys were merely attempts to find peace through solitude, but in truth he was testing the limits of his cage. The Valar had forbidden him to leave their realm, but they had not set guards at every mountain pass, or sealed every hidden path with spells of binding. It was during one of these midnight wanderings that he felt it, a presence in the darkness beyond Valinor's borders, that resonated with the same hunger for destruction that burned in his own heart. Something dwelt in the lightless places between the roots of the world, something that hated the very existence of beauty, an order with an intensity that matched his own. The knowledge of that presence called to him like a beacon in the night. Melkor had heard whispers of this creature in the deep places of his memory, fragments of lore from the music's earliest themes. Ungoliant was her name, and she was hunger given form and malice made manifest. She had come into being in the darkness between the stars, feeding on light itself until she had grown mighty enough to threaten even the designs of the Valar. While the Holy Ones had labored to bring forth beauty and ardor, she had lurked in the void, weaving webs of shadow that could trap and devour the very essence of creation. The thought of such an ally filled Melkor with a fierce joy that he had not known since the days of his rebellion. Here was a power that owed nothing to Aru's design, a force of destruction that could match his own thirst for dominion. If he could win her to his cause, the combined might of their malice could accomplish what his strength alone had failed to achieve. But approaching Ungoliant would require him to leave Valinor in defiance of his parole, and such an act would reveal the falseness of his repentance to any who observed it. The risk was enormous, for if he were discovered, the Valar would surely chain him in bonds that no deception could break. Yet the potential reward was worth any danger, and Melkor had grown desperate enough to hazard everything on a single throw of the dice. He chose his moment with the care of a master thief. During the festival of Mehan Naxar, when all the Valar and most of the Eldar gathered on Tanaketel to celebrate the harmony of creation, Melkor slipped away from the revels, like a shadow fleeing the light. His absence would not be noted for hours, and by then he intended to be far beyond the borders of the Blessed Realm. The journey to Ungoliant's lair led him through places that had never known the blessing of the tree's light. Here, in the gaps between the roots of the mountains, darkness reigned eternal, and the very air seemed thick with malice. Strange sounds echoed from hidden caverns, and the ground beneath his feet felt treacherous, as though it might give way at any moment to reveal abysses that had no bottom. At last he found her, and the sight nearly broke even his resolve. Ungoliant crouched in a vast web that stretched between pinnacles of black stone, and her form was terror made manifest. She was spider and shadow combined, with eyes that burned like dying stars, and a voice that spoke in whispers that could freeze the blood of any who heard them. Her hunger was so vast that the very darkness around her seemed to bend inward, drawn into the void of her endless appetite. Yet Melkor mastered his revulsion and approached the creature with words of flattery and promised reward. He spoke of the light that blazed in Valinor, the undying lands, light that fed the very beings who had presumed to set limits upon the darkness. He painted visions of the feast that awaited one with the power to devour that radiance, of the satisfaction that would come from consuming the greatest works of those who styled themselves guardians of creation. Ungoliant listened with attention that grew keener as Melkor's promises became more specific. The Silmarils he described in loving detail, jewels that held the pure light of the trees themselves. and would provide nourishment beyond any she had ever tasted. The trees themselves he offered as the ultimate feast, their radiance concentrated and made vulnerable to one who could approach them with sufficient stealth. But the spider was ancient in cunning, and she sensed that the Valar sought more than mere partnership in destruction. Her price, when she finally named it, was terrible beyond even Melkor's expectations. She would help him darken Valinor and steal the treasures he coveted. But in return she demanded not merely a share of the spoils, but the right to devour whatever light they captured. The Silmarils, when they were one, would feed her hunger before they served his ambitions. The bargain struck at the very heart of Melkor's pride, for it made him dependent upon a creature he despised, and forced him to share treasures he had claimed as his own. Yet his need was too great for refusal, and his hatred of the Valar burned too fiercely to be quenched by mere prudence. He agreed to her terms, though each word of acceptance tasted like poison in his mouth. Together they began to plan the assault that would bring darkness to the heart of Valinor itself. Ungoliant would weave shadows to hide their approach, and spin webs strong enough to climb the very trunks of the great trees. Melkor would provide the power needed to wound. Laurelin and Telperion beyond any hope of healing, while she would drain their light until only darkness remained. The alliance was sealed with oaths that bound them each to the other's purpose, though neither trusted their partner further than necessity demanded. Both knew that their compact would end in betrayal, yet both were willing to risk that treachery for the sake of the destruction they could accomplish together. The pact was made, and the fate of Valinor hung in the balance of their combined malice. Light would face darkness in a contest that would determine the future of all creation, and the outcome would echo through all the ages of the world to come. The night came when Melkor and Ungoliant struck at the heart of Valinor itself, and darkness fell upon the Blessed Realm for the first time since its founding. They approached in shadows deeper than any natural night, for Ungoliant had woven about them a cloak of void that devoured light itself. No star could pierce that blackness, and no lamp could kindle flame within its folds. The great trees stood in the courtyard of the Valar, Laurelin and Telperion in the fullness of their glory. Their mingled radiance had lit the Blessed Realm since the world's youth, and their beauty was beyond all earthly comparison. Golden light poured from Laurelin's flowers like liquid joy, while Telperion's silver blossoms shed a peace that had never known the touch of sorrow. Melkor felt that radiance like physical pain as they drew near. Each ray that touched his hidden form reminded him of his exclusion from the work of creation. Each gentle gleam spoke of harmonies he had rejected. But now the moment of revenge had come, and soon that hated light would be extinguished forever. Ungoliant moved with terrible grace as she began her work. From her body she spun webs of darkness that clung to the very air itself, and these webs she cast about the trees like nets designed to capture their essence. Her hunger was so vast that the light itself began to bend toward her, drawn by the void that gaped within her being. Then Melkor, struck with the power he had kept hidden through all his years of false repentance, his spear, forged in the deepest fires of Utumno, before his first defeat, pierced Laurelin's trunk with a sound like the world breaking. Golden sap poured forth like blood from a mortal wound, and where it touched the ground, the very earth writhed in agony. The tree of gold swayed and shuddered as its life flowed away. The flowers that had shone like captured sunlight began to dim and wither, their radiance flickering like candle flames in wind. Melkor struck again and again, each blow driven by ages of accumulated hatred, until Laurelin's mighty trunk split and cracked. Ungoliant fell upon the flowing light with hunger that had waited since the beginning of the world. Her webs caught the radiance as it poured from the dying tree, and she devoured it with such greed that her form swelled and grew ever more terrible. The darkness around her deepened as she fed, until it seemed that a piece of the void itself had come to earth. Telperion suffered the same fate as its golden companion. Melkor's spear found its silver heart, and the tree of silver joined its voice to Laurelin's death song. The gentle light that had brought peace to countless hearts guttered and failed, leaving only spreading shadows in its wake. The Valar felt the tree's agony across all the breadth of Valinor. Yavanna's cry of grief and rage echoed from mountain to mountain, while Manwë's voice called out in anguish for his lost brother's betrayal. But they were too far away to prevent what followed, and the darkness that Ungoliant had woven hindered their swift approach. As the last light faded from the dying trees, Melkor and his terrible ally fled northward toward Formenos, where Feanor had placed his greatest treasures in keeping. The journey was swift, for Ungoliant bore them both upon webs that could bridge vast distances with each stride. Behind them, the first darkness that Valinor had ever known spread like a plague across the blessed land. At Formenos they found the fortress that guarded the Noldor's most precious works. Here were kept not only the Silmarils, but many other jewels, and treasures that bore the mark of Feanor's incomparable craft. The walls were strong, and the gates were barred, but what mortal defences could stand against the combined might of a fallen Valar and the great Devourer? Finwë, the High King, stood before his treasure house with sword in hand, for he would not flee when his son's works were threatened. Age had not dimmed the fire in his eyes, and he faced the approaching darkness with the courage that had made him first among all the Eldar. But courage alone could not avail against the power that came against him. Melkor struck him down with casual cruelty, and the first kinslaying was accomplished. The blood of the High King stained the threshold of his own hall, and with his death a shadow fell upon the Noldor that would never be lifted. The light of their first joy was quenched, and in its place came a thirst for vengeance that would consume generations yet unborn. Melkor struck him down with casual cruelty, and the first kinslaying was accomplished. The blood of the High King stained the threshold of his own hall, and with his death a shadow fell upon the Noldor that would never be lifted. The light of their first joy was quenched, and in its place came a thirst for vengeance that would consume generations yet unborn. The gates of Formenos burst inward like leaves before a storm. Melkor strode through the halls where Feanor's treasures lay gleaming, and his eyes sought one prize above all others. There, in a chamber wrought of mithril and crystal, the Silmarils waited in their appointed places. 3 jewels they were, no larger than a child's fist, yet they held within their crystal hearts the very light of the trees that now lay dying. Laurelin's gold and Telperion's silver burned within them, imperishable and pure. They were the greatest work that any child of Eru had ever accomplished, and their beauty was beyond all description. Melkor's hands closed about them, and the Silmarils burned his flesh like fire, for they were hallowed by Vada herself, and no evil thing could touch them without pain. But his desire was stronger than his agony, and he bore the burning rather than release his prize. Into an iron crown he set the jewels, a crown forged in the fires of his malice, and quenched in the tears of his victims. Upon his brow he placed this crown, and the Silmarils blazed forth with light that his own evil could not diminish. But the burning never ceased, and from that moment Melkor bore a pain that would torment him until the ending of the world. The great theft was accomplished, and Valinor lay in ruins behind the fleeing rebels. The trees were dead, their light consumed or stolen. The High King of the Noldor lay murdered in his own halls. The greatest treasures ever wrought by the children of Eru were in the hands of their greatest enemy. Darkness had fallen upon the blessed realm, and it would be long before light returned to heal the wounds that malice had inflicted. The prisoner's false repentance had borne its bitter fruit, and all creation would taste the poison of that harvest. The tidings of disaster came to Tirion like thunder breaking upon a clear day. Messengers ran through the streets with faces white as bone, crying news that no ear wished to hear. The trees were dead, their light consumed by shadow. Formenos was broken, its treasures stolen. Finwë, the High King, lay murdered upon his own threshold, and the Silmarils were gone. Feanor heard the words and felt his world shatter like glass beneath a hammer blow. His father dead, slain while defending the works his son had wrought. His greatest creations stolen by the very Valar who had spoken honeyed words of repentance and fellowship. The light of the trees, which he had captured in imperishable crystal, now blazed from the crown of the enemy who had murdered everything he held most dear. The prince's grief was terrible to behold, for it burned with a fire that consumed reason and mercy alike. He stood in the great square of Tirion and lifted his voice in a cry that made the very stones weep. His words were not of sorrow alone, but of rage that shook the foundations of his being. Rage that demanded satisfaction though all the world should burn to provide it. Around him gathered the Noldor in their thousands, drawn by their prince's anguish and their own horror at what had befallen their people. They looked upon Feanor and saw their own grief reflected in his blazing eyes, their own thirst for justice given voice by his terrible eloquence. The darkness that had fallen upon Valinor seemed to seep into their hearts as well, changing love into hatred and justice into vengeance. But it was not enough for Feanor that the Noldor should share his grief. In the depths of his fury, he conceived an oath so binding that it would hold him and his house until the ending of the world. Before the assembled multitude, he called his 7 sons to stand beside him, and together they swore words that would echo through all the ages of Middle-earth. The oath they spoke was woven with such power that the very air grew thick with its binding force. They swore by the name of Eru himself, by the timeless halls where the music was sung, by the darkness and the light, that they would suffer no creature to hold the Silmarils, save themselves alone. Death before defeat, torment before surrender, kinslaying before failure in their quest. Medros, eldest of Feanor's sons, spoke the words with tears streaming down his face, for he sensed something of the doom they were calling upon themselves. But his father's grief was in him too, and his voice did not falter. Bauglir, whose songs had once brought joy to all who heard them, sang the oath like a funeral dirge. The others followed, each adding his voice to the binding that would hold them fast through countless years of war and woe. The Noldor who heard that oath felt its power like a weight upon their spirits. Some few, the wisest among them, turned away in horror at what they witnessed. But most were caught up in the madness of the moment, and they cried out their support for their prince's terrible vow. The poison of revenge spread through their hearts like wildfire, turning the fairest of the Eldar into something harder and more dangerous than they had ever been. Yet even this was not enough to satisfy Fëanor's rage. He looked upon his people and saw in them the strength he would need to pursue his enemy across the bitter waters that separated Valinor from Middle-earth. But strength alone would not suffice for such a journey, nor could they trust to the mercy of the Valar for aid in their quest. They must take what they needed, by force if necessary. The Teleri dwelt in the havens of Alquer Lunde, and they possessed ships that could brave the grinding ice and treacherous currents of the northern seas. These vessels were fair beyond description, wrought with the skill that only the sea elves possessed, and precious to their makers as children are precious to their parents. But Fëanor's need was great, and his oath had burned away all consideration for the rights of others. He led his people to the Swan Haven with words of fire upon his lips. The Teleri, he declared, had dwelt too long in ease and safety while evil stalked the world. They would give up their ships willingly, or see them taken by force. The oath he had sworn would brook no delay, and no price was too high to pay for the recovery of the Silmarils. The Teleri heard these demands with growing dismay. Their ships were not mere vessels to them, but works of art that embodied centuries of love and craftsmanship. To surrender them to violence would be like tearing out pieces of their own souls. They refused Fëanor's demands, and their refusal kindled the first spark of the kinslaying that would stain the rest of his days. The battle that followed was brief but terrible, for the Noldor came armed with the desperate fury of the Oathbound while the Teleri fought, only to defend what was rightfully theirs. Blood ran red upon the white stones of Alquer Lunde, and the voices of the sea elves were silenced forever beneath the weapons of their kindred. Fëanor's hands were stained with Eldarin blood for the first time, but the oath that burned in his heart left no room for remorse. The ships were won, and that was all that mattered. The Silmarils called to him from across the western sea, and neither kinslaying nor any other sin would turn him from their pursuit. The corruption was complete. The fairest prince of the Noldor had become the first kinslayer among the Eldar, and his people had followed him into darkness. The oath they had sworn would drive them to ever greater crimes, and the shadow that Melkor had cast upon Valinor now lived within their own hearts. The kinslaying had begun, and it would not end until the last of Fëanor's line had paid the price for that terrible oath sworn in the darkness of their grief. The stolen ships of the Teleri bore the Noldor across waters that had never known the touch of kinslaying before that dark hour. Behind them, Alquer Lunde burned with fires that would not be quenched, and the voices of the sea elves were stilled forever beneath the waves. The white hulls that had once carried songs of joy across peaceful harbours now ran red with Eldarin blood, and their sails caught winds heavy with the weight of cursed deeds. Fëanor stood at the prow of the lead vessel, his eyes fixed upon the eastern horizon where Middle-earth waited in darkness. The Silmarils called to him from across the leagues of bitter water, 3 points of stolen fire that blazed from Melkor's crown like stars fallen into shadow. Neither storm nor sea monster would turn him from their pursuit. and the oath that burned in his heart gave him strength to endure what lesser spirits could not bear. The crossing was perilous, beyond all imagining, for the northern seas were choked with grinding ice that could crush even the mightiest vessel. Bergs tall as towers drifted like pale ghosts through the freezing mist, while beneath the dark waters lurked creatures that had never known the light of sun or moon. The ships groaned under the pressure of the ice, and more than one fair vessel was lost to the hungry depths before the journey's end. Yet the oath-bound pressed onward through perils that would have turned back wiser folk. When ice blocked their path, they carved new channels with weapons still stained from the kinslaying. When sea beasts rose from the depths to threaten their passage, they fought with the desperate fury of those who had already forsaken all hope of redemption. The very waters seemed to flee before their advance, as though the sea itself recoiled from the touch of kinslayers. At last the shores of Middle-earth rose before them, dark cliffs crowned with forests that had never known the light of the trees. Here was Beleriand in the days of its glory, fair beyond the dreams of mortal men, yet touched already with the shadow of the wars to come. Rivers sang as they wound their way to the sea, and flowers bloomed in meadows where no foot had ever trodden save those of the Eldar, who had dwelt there since the world's youth. But even as the Noldor set foot upon those blessed shores, the corruption of their deeds began to spread like poison through the very foundations of the land. The oath they had sworn was a living thing now, a weight upon their spirits that grew heavier with each league they travelled. It whispered to them in the darkness, reminding them of their purpose and the price they had already paid to pursue it. The news of their coming ran before them like wildfire, carried by birds and beasts that sensed the change in the very air itself. In the halls of Menegroth, Thingol, the Grey King, heard tidings of kinslaying and felt his heart grow cold with foreboding. In the towers of Gondolin, Turgon looked eastward and saw shadows gathering that had nothing to do with the passing of clouds across the sky. But it was in the depths of Angband that the Noldor's arrival was felt most keenly. Melkor, who now bore the name Morgoth in the black speech of his servants, felt their presence like a thorn driven deep into his flesh. The very ones whose greatest treasures he had stolen, whose king he had murdered, had followed him into exile to demand satisfaction for their wrongs. The irony was not lost upon him, for he had spent ages teaching them the arts of rebellion through his poisoned words in Valinor, the undying lands. Now they had learned those lessons too well, and their rebellion was turned against him. The pride he had kindled in Feanor's heart now burned with a fire that would not be quenched, until the Silmarils were restored or their seeker lay dead upon the field of battle. From the towers of his fortress, Morgoth looked out upon the lands where his enemies now walked free, and his hatred deepened beyond all measure. These Eldar had dared to follow him into his own domain, to challenge him in the very realm where his power was supreme. They would learn the folly of such presumption before the end, and their bones would whiten beneath the northern stars, as a warning to any who might think to defy him. The armies of Angband stirred in their deep places, roused by their master's rage. Orcs sharpened weapons that had tasted no blood since the wars with the Valar, while Balrogs emerged from pits of fire to test the edge of whips that had lain idle too long. The great wolves howled in their caverns, and the sound carried across all Beleriand like a promise of sorrows yet to come. War had come to Middle-earth at last, brought by the very ones who sought to undo the greatest theft in all the history of Arda. The Noldor had crossed the sea in stolen ships, their hands stained with kinslaying, and their hearts bound by oaths that would drive them to ever greater deeds of darkness. They had chosen exile over submission, and now they must pay the price of that choice. The flight was ended, and the real battle was about to begin. In the years that followed, the fair lands of Beleriand would run red with blood, and the oath sworn in Tirion would claim victims beyond all counting. The kinslaying at Alqualande had been only the first payment on a debt that would not be settled until the last of Feanor's line had paid the ultimate price. But all of that lay in the future. For now, the Noldor stood upon the shores of Middle-earth, and felt the weight of their exile settling upon them like a cloak of shadows. They had followed their stolen treasures into the very heart of darkness, and there was no turning back. The war for the Silmarils had begun, and it would not end until either Morgoth was defeated, or the Oathbound were destroyed in the attempt. Morgoth looked upon the waste of northern Beleriand, and chose his ground with the eye of one who had learned bitter lessons from defeat. Here, where 3 volcanic peaks thrust up from the earth like the fingers of a buried giant, he would build a fortress that would dwarf even the mighty halls of Utumnau. The mountains themselves would become his watchtowers, and their roots would house armories and dungeons beyond all counting. The peaks he named Thangorodrim, the mountains of tyranny, and their slopes he set aflame with the fires of his malice. Day and night the summits burned with light that gave no warmth, sending up pillars of smoke that could be seen from leagues away. All who looked upon those beacons knew that the enemy had returned to Middle-earth, and his power was gathering like a storm about to break. But it was not upon the mountain peaks that Morgoth expended his greatest effort. Deep beneath Thangorodrim he began to delve, carving halls and passages that reached down into the very bones of the earth. The work was harder than any he had attempted before, for the stone here was different from the malleable rock of Utumno's foundations. This was ancient stone, laid down in the world's youth, and it resisted his will with a stubbornness that kindled his rage to white heat. Gothmog and the other Balrogs laboured beside their master in those early days, their whips of fire cutting through solid rock as though it were mere clay. The heat of their passage melted stone into rivers of molten glass, and the sound of their work echoed through all the northern lands like the beating of some monstrous heart. Where they walked, the very air shimmered with heat waves that made the strongest orcs stagger and fall. The orcs themselves toiled in gangs beyond all numbering, driven by overseers whose cruelty knew no bounds. Pick and shovel rang against stone from darkness unto darkness. For in the depths of Angband there was no day or night, only the eternal labour that their master demanded. Those who faltered were cast into the molten streams, and their screams echoed through the tunnels as a warning to those who remained. Yet Morgoth was not content to rely upon brute strength alone for this greatest of his works. From the deepest vaults of his knowledge he drew forth arts that even the Valar had never attempted, ways of shaping stone and metal that violated the very principles of creation. The walls of Angband grew under his hands like living things, flowing and shaping themselves according to his will. The fortress that emerged from his labours was a wonder and a horror beyond description. Its gates were wrought of black iron, and set with spells that could turn aside any weapon forged by mortal hands. Its walls rose smooth and unscalable, without joint or seam to offer purchase to any climber. Its towers pierced the earth above like the spears of buried titans, and from their heights Morgoth could look out upon all the lands that he claimed as his domain. But the true strength of Angband lay not in its walls or towers, but in the labyrinth of passages that honeycombed the earth beneath them. Here were armories that could equip 1,000,000 warriors, and forges that never cooled from the day of their first kindling. Here were dungeons where the light of sun and moon had never penetrated, and torture chambers where screams were music to their masters' ears. In the deepest vault of all, Morgoth established his throne room, a hall so vast that its far walls were lost in shadows that no light could pierce. The throne itself was carved from a single block of black stone, and upon its back were graven the symbols of his dominion over all the dark things of the world. From this seat he could feel the pulse of every forge in his realm, and hear the whisper of every plot hatched in his name. Above the throne he set the iron crown, and in that crown blazed the 3 Silmarils like captured stars. Their light filled the great hall with radiance that hurt the eyes of any who looked upon it. Yet Morgoth endured their burning for the sake of the power they represented. They were proof of his victory over the Valar and the Noldor alike, and their flames fed the fires of his ambition even as they seared his flesh. The building of Angband took many years, but at last the work was complete. The fortress stood ready to vomit forth armies that would darken the sky with their numbers, and its master sat upon his throne and dreamed of conquest. The Noldor had followed him into exile, but they would find no easy victory in the realm he had prepared for their reception. From every gate of his fortress poured forth scouts and raiders, testing the strength of his enemies and learning the lay of the lands they claimed as their own. The great wolves ran in packs across the northern wastes, while overhead his winged servants darkened the sky with their passage. The message they carried was clear to all who had wit to understand it. The Dark Lord had returned, and his power was greater than ever before. The work was finished, and the war was about to begin. In the halls of Angband, weapons were sharpened and armor was donned, while in the highest tower, Morgoth looked out upon Beleriand and smiled. The Noldor sought their stolen jewels, but they would pay such a price for them that the very memory of their names would become a curse upon the lips of all who spoke them. The fortress was ready, and its master was eager for the bloodshed to commence. In the deepest forge of Angband, where the heat could melt the bones of dragons, Morgoth began the work that would mark his final transformation from fallen Valar to Dark Lord of Middle-earth. The Silmarils lay before him on an anvil of black adamant, their light blazing forth with such intensity that even his servants could not bear to look upon them directly. They burned with the captured radiance of the 2 trees, and their fire seemed to reach into his very soul with fingers of accusation. But Morgoth would not be denied his prize, though the pain of their touch was beyond all enduring. He had murdered for these jewels, destroyed the light of Valinor, the undying lands, and set the Noldor upon the path of kinslaying. Now he would make them the crown of his dominion, whatever agony that choice might bring upon him. The iron he chose for his crown was no ordinary metal, but or drawn from the deepest mines beneath Thangorodrim. Here, in the roots of the world, the very stones wept tears of molten steel, and the metal that formed there was harder than any substance known to the children of Eru. It drank heat like a thirsting man drinks water, and it held that heat within itself until the end of time. Gothmog himself worked the bellows, while his master laboured at the forge, for this was work too sacred to their cause, to be entrusted to lesser hands. The Lord of Balrogs had stood beside Morgoth through all the ages of their rebellion, and he alone among the servants of darkness could endure the heat that poured from the anvil where the crown was taking shape. Blow after blow Morgoth struck, each impact ringing through all the halls of Angband like the tolling of a funeral bell. The metal bent beneath his hammer, flowing like liquid shadow into the shape his will demanded. He wrought it with spikes that rose like the peaks of Thangorodrim themselves, and he set upon its brow 3 settings that would hold the greatest treasures ever stolen from the vaults of the blessed. The work was agony beyond description, for the Silmarils fought against their imprisonment with all the holy fire that Varda had placed within them. Each time Morgoth's hands drew near, their light flared brighter, and the burning spread through his flesh like poison in his veins. His fingers blistered and charred, yet still he pressed forward, driven by will that would not bend before any pain. The first Silmaril he set in the centre of the crown's brow, and the moment his flesh touched the sacred jewel, smoke rose from his hands and a cry broke from his lips that shook the very foundations of his fortress. The light of Telperion blazed forth with such purity that the orcs cowering in the furthest tunnels felt its touch and wailed in terror. Still Morgoth endured, his hands moving with the precision of one who had once been the greatest craftsman among the Valar. The second Silmaril took its place beside the first, and then the third, until all 3 jewels blazed from his brow like stars captured in a crown of midnight. The pain was constant now, a burning that reached into the deepest parts of his being and would never cease while the world endured. But pain was a small price to pay for the symbol of his triumph. These jewels had been the pride of Feanor's heart, and the glory of the Noldor, and now they served as the crown of their greatest enemy. Every ray that blazed from their crystalline hearts proclaimed his victory over those who would dare to defy him, and their light would guide his servants through all the dark paths of war. When the crown was complete, Morgoth lifted it high above his head, and all of Angband trembled at what they beheld. The Dark Lord stood transfigured, no longer merely a fallen Valar, but something new and terrible, a power that had transcended the bounds of his original nature. The light of the Silmarils played across his features, revealing the depth of malice that burned behind his eyes. Upon his brow he set the iron crown, and from that moment the name of Melkor was heard no more in Middle-earth. He was Morgoth now, the dark enemy of the world, and his very presence was a blight upon all fair things. The jewels burned against his flesh with fires that would never be quenched, but he bore that agony as the price of his dominion. His servants prostrated themselves before their transfigured master, and their voices rose in praise of his terrible majesty. Here was power beyond the dreams of lesser beings. Here was malice given form and will. The Dark Lord had claimed his crown, and all Middle-earth would tremble before the light of his stolen stars. The transformation was complete. Melkor the Voller had died in the fires of that forge, and in his place stood Morgoth Bauglir the Constrainer, the dark enemy whose very name would become a curse upon the lips of all who dwelt in light. The Silmarils blazed from his crown like captive suns, and their radiance lit the path to wars that would shake the very foundations of the world. From the highest tower of Thangorodrim, the light of the crown could be seen by any who dared to look north toward the realm of shadow. It was a beacon of challenge to all his enemies, a promise that the theft of Valinor's greatest treasures was only the beginning of sorrows yet to come. The crown of iron was forged, and its wearer would never know peace again. Morgoth sat upon his throne of black stone and felt the weight of his isolation like chains about his spirit. The orcs that swarmed through his tunnels were useful enough for crude labor, but they lacked the spark of true intelligence that he craved in his servants. They could follow simple commands and swing crude weapons, yet they could not think or plan or create as he needed them to do. The Balrogs were mighty beyond measure, but they were few in number and bound by their own fierce pride. The wolves and other creatures he had shaped possessed cunning of a sort, but it was the cunning of beasts, not the reasoning mind, that could truly serve his purposes. What Morgoth needed was an army of beings that combined intelligence with absolute loyalty, creatures that could think and plan yet never dream of rebellion against his will. His thoughts turned to the Eldar, who had awakened beside the waters of Quivianen in the world's youth. Here was the intelligence he sought, minds capable of craft and song and the arts of war. But the elves served the Valar and would never bend their wills to his dominion, not while they retained the freedom to choose their own paths. Choice, then, must be taken from them. If the firstborn would not serve him willingly, he would break them until they had no will save his own. The work would require patience and skill beyond any he had yet attempted, but the rewards would justify whatever effort the task demanded. Morgoth rose from his throne and walked the length of his great hall, his mind already turning to the methods he would employ. The elves were strong in spirit, strengthened by the light of the stars under which they had awakened. Simple torture would not suffice to break beings who had been shaped by Iru's own design. He would need to corrupt them slowly, carefully, until their very nature was transformed beyond all recognition. In the deepest pits of Angband, he prepared chambers for his greatest work. Here, far below even the dungeons where his enemies would later suffer, he created laboratories of corruption, where the light of star or flame would never penetrate. The very stones wept with the evil he poured into them, and the air grew thick with malice that could be felt like a weight upon the soul. Then Morgoth sent forth his swiftest servants to prowl the borders of the world, where the Eldar dwelt in innocence beside the awakening waters. His hunters were creatures of shadow and silence, beings that could move unseen through starlight and strike without warning. They watched and waited with the patience of wolves, learning the patterns of their prey. The first captures were made during the dark hours, when even the elves slept beneath the stars. Swift and silent, Morgoth's servants fell upon lone wanderers or small groups who had strayed from their kindred's protection. Before cries could be raised or rescue attempted, the victims vanished into darkness, borne away on wings that made no sound. In the pits of Angband, the real work began. The captured elves were bound with chains forged from their captor's will, bonds that held not merely their bodies, but their spirits as well. Day by day, age by age, Morgoth laboured to break what Iru had made, to twist fair forms into shapes of horror, and noble minds into instruments of malice. The torture was beyond description, for it was not merely physical pain, but corruption of the very essence of what the prisoners had been. Morgoth reached into their spirits with claws of shadow and fire, tearing away memories of starlight and song, replacing joy with anguish and love with hatred. He showed them visions of despair until hope died within them, and he whispered lies until they could no longer remember what truth had felt like. Some of the captives died beneath his ministrations, their spirits fleeing to halls beyond his reach rather than endure what he sought to make of them. These failures filled Morgoth with rage, but he learned from each loss, refining his methods until fewer and fewer escaped through the gateway of death. Those who survived the full course of his corruption emerged as beings that bore no resemblance to their former selves. Their fair forms were twisted into shapes of nightmare. Their voices became snarls and growls, and their eyes burned with the reflected malice of their tormentor. They were orcs now, the first of their accursed kind, and they knew no loyalty save to the will that had broken them. Yet something of their original nature remained, buried deep beneath layers of corruption and pain. In the darkest hours of night, when even Morgoth's attention was turned elsewhere, some small spark of what they had been would flicker briefly to life. These moments brought them only greater agony, for they could remember just enough of their former selves to understand the full measure of what had been taken from them. The first generation of orcs was small in number, for the work of corruption could not be hurried without losing its effectiveness. But each success taught Morgoth new ways to break the spirits of his captives, and each failure showed him methods to avoid in future efforts. The process grew more efficient with time, and the numbers of his new servants began to swell. From the breeding pits came sounds that made even the Balrogs turn away in disgust. The orcs multiplied after their own fashion, and their offspring were born already twisted by the corruption that flowed in their veins. Generation by generation, they became more numerous and more terrible, until Angband swarmed with creatures that had once been the fairest of all the children of Eru. Morgoth looked upon his work and felt a satisfaction deeper than any he had known since the music's end. Here at last were servants that combined intelligence with absolute obedience, beings that could think and plan yet never question his commands. The fairest of Eru's children had become the instruments of their creator's enemy, and their very existence was a blasphemy against the order of the world. The great corruption was complete, and Middle-earth would never be the same. Among the Maya who had followed Aula in the days of Valinor's glory, one stood forth in wisdom and skill above all his fellows. Mairon was his name in those blessed times, and his delight lay in order and coordination, in the perfect meshing of design and purpose. Where others saw chaos, he perceived patterns, and where confusion reigned, his mind could impose structure that brought harmony from discord. But perfection had always been his obsession, and in that obsession lay the seed of his downfall. Mairon looked upon the works of his master and saw flaws that others could not perceive, inefficiencies that gnawed at his ordered mind like wounds that would not heal. Surely, he reasoned, there must be better ways to achieve the harmony that all the Valar sought, methods that would eliminate the waste and confusion that plagued even their greatest works. When Melkor returned to Valinor with his false repentance, Mairon felt the pull of that mighty presence like iron drawn to a lodestone. Here was power wedded to intellect, will united with the vision to reshape all of creation according to principles of perfect order. The fallen Valar spoke in private councils of works that would surpass anything the Valar had achieved. of harmony imposed by strength rather than begged from the chaos of competing wills. The corruption began slowly, carefully, for Melkor had learned patience in his long captivity. He did not approach Mehron with crude offers of dominion or promises of power, but with intellectual arguments that appealed to the Maya's deepest convictions. Why should perfection be subject to the whims of lesser minds? Why should order bow to the chaos of individual will? By the time Ungoliant's webs darkened Valinor, Mehron had already chosen his path. When Melkor struck down the trees and fled into exile, his most valuable prize was not the Silmarils that blazed from his stolen crown, but the brilliant mind that had pledged itself to his service. The Maya followed his new master into the wastes of Middle-earth, and there, in the fires of Angband's forges, he was reborn as something both greater and more terrible than what he had been. Sauron Morgoth named him the Abhorred, and the name fit the being he had become like armor forged for his spirit alone. The ordered mind that had once served Olu's benevolent designs now turned its full power to the service of dominion and control. Where once he had sought perfection through harmony, now he pursued it through absolute submission to his master's will. In the hierarchy of Angband, Sauron rose swiftly to stand at his master's right hand. The Balrogs were mighty in their fury, and the dragons terrible in their strength. But they lacked the cold intelligence needed to coordinate the vast machinery of war that Morgoth was building. They could lead charges and rain destruction upon their enemies, but they could not plan campaigns or manage the countless details that victory demanded. Sauron became the mind that guided Morgoth's wrath, the calculating intelligence that turned raw power into surgical precision. He organized the orc tribes into armies, established supply lines that could feed 1,000,000 warriors, and created the communications networks that allowed commands to flow from the Iron Crown to the furthest outposts of their realm. His own fortress he built in the southern reaches of Angband's influence, a tower of iron and fire that pierced the sky like a black needle. From this stronghold he could oversee the entire machinery of war, while remaining close enough to his master's presence to receive new commands. The tower became known as a place of particular dread, for within its chambers Sauron perfected arts of domination that made even veteran torturers recoil in horror. Yet for all his terrible efficiency, Sauron remained utterly devoted to his master's will, where others might have used their position to carve out independent domains. He sought only to serve Morgoth's vision with ever greater perfection. His loyalty was absolute, not because he feared his master's wrath, but because he had found in Morgoth's cause the perfect expression of his own deepest beliefs. The other great servants of the Shadow learned to fear Sauron's displeasure almost as much as their master's own. Gothmog might command the Balrogs, and the dragons might acknowledge no lord but Morgoth himself. But when Sauron spoke with his master's authority, even the mightiest among them bent their necks in submission. It was Sauron who devised the great strategies that would bring the Noldor to ruin. Where Morgoth saw enemies to be crushed, his lieutenant perceived weaknesses to be exploited, divisions that could be deepened until they tore their foes apart from within. The oath that bound Feanor's sons became a weapon in his hands, and the pride that drove the Noldor princes became the rope with which he planned to hang them all. Under his guidance, the armies of Angband transformed from rabble into instruments of precision warfare. Orc captains learned to coordinate their attacks with those of their neighbors, while scouts brought back intelligence that allowed Sauron to predict his enemies' movements before they made them. The chaos of countless individual wills was forged into a single weapon that struck where and when its master commanded. In the deepest vaults of his tower, Sauron began to experiment with arts that would one day culminate in his greatest work. He studied the nature of wills and the binding of spirits, seeking ways to impose order not merely on the body, but on the very essence of what his victims were. The rings of power were still ages in the future, but their conceptual foundation was already taking shape in his tireless mind. Morgoth looked upon his lieutenant's works and felt a satisfaction deeper than any battlefield victory could provide. Here was a servant who understood not merely how to obey, but why obedience was the highest virtue. In Sauron's perfect loyalty, the Dark Lord saw a reflection of the order he would one day impose upon all creation. The Lords of Shadow were in place, and the hierarchy of darkness was complete. The Noldor came to the gates of Angband like a tide of silver and steel, their banners streaming in the bitter winds that blew down from Thangorodrim. Feanor rode at their head with the fire of his oath blazing in his eyes, and behind him came the flower of Eldarin nobility, princes and warriors whose names would echo through all the ages of the world. Yet, for all their courage and their fury, they stopped short when they beheld what Morgoth had wrought in the northern wastes. The fortress rose before them like a mountain carved by malice itself, its walls black as midnight and smooth as polished stone. No gate was visible in those towering ramparts, no weakness that mortal strength might exploit. The three peaks of Thangorodrim loomed above the walls like watchful giants, their summits crowned with fires that never died, and from their slopes came the constant sound of hammers ringing on anvils in the depths below. Fingolfin drew rein beside his half-brother, and gazed upon the stronghold that held their stolen treasures. The sight filled him with a despair he dared not voice, for what force of arms could breach walls that seemed to grow from the very bones of the earth? Yet the oath that bound them all left no room for retreat, and the blood of Alqualonde cried out for vengeance that would not be denied. "Here we make our stand," Feanor declared, his voice carrying across the host like the ring of a sword drawn from its sheath. "Let no servant of the enemy pass these borders while strength remains in our arms or breath in our bodies. The Silmarils shall be restored, though all the world burn in the winning of them." So began the siege of Angband, the longest blockade in all the history of Middle-earth. The Noldor spread their forces in a great circle around the fortress, establishing camps and watchtowers on every height that commanded a view of Morgoth's realm. From the slopes of the Erd Wethrin to the shores of the sea, their sentries kept watch day and night, ready to sound the alarm at any sign of movement from the gates below. Medros took command of the eastern approaches, where the land rose in a series of ridges that provided excellent positions for archer companies. His brothers spread out along the northern borders, each holding a section of the line with forces drawn from their own followings. The younger princes, Fingon and Turgon among them, established strongholds in the western hills, while the main body of the host made its camp upon the plain before Angband's main gates. The work of building their siege lines was back-breaking labor that consumed months of precious time. Trenches were dug and ramparts raised, supply routes established and communications networks created that could carry messages from one end of the circle to the other. Every stone had to be quarried from the frozen ground, every timber dragged from forests many leagues away. Yet the Noldor threw themselves into this work, with the desperate energy of those who had burned their bridges behind them. They had crossed the grinding ice and stained their hands with kinslaying for the sake of their oath, and now they would see it fulfilled, whatever the cost might be. The siege would hold, whatever trials the years might bring. From within his fortress, Morgoth watched their efforts with amusement that slowly turned to grudging respect. He had expected the Noldor to dash themselves against his walls in futile assaults, to waste their strength in grand gestures that would accomplish nothing save their own destruction. Instead, they showed a patience and persistence that reminded him uncomfortably of his own methods in the days when he had undermined the foundations of the lamps. The Dark Lord tested their resolve with probing attacks that came without warning in the depth of night. Orc bands would pour from hidden gates to strike at isolated outposts, while Balrogs led flying squadrons against the most vulnerable sections of the siege line. But always the Noldor were ready, their weapons bright with starlight, and their voices raised in songs of battle that made even the creatures of darkness falter in their advance. Gothmog himself led the greatest of these sorties, descending upon Fingolfin's camp with a host of fire demons at his back. The battle that followed lit the northern sky like a second dawn, and the very ground cracked beneath the feet of the combatants. Yet when the smoke cleared, the Lord of Balrogs had been driven back to his tunnels, and the siege line remained unbroken. The seasons turned and the years passed, but neither side could claim victory in the war of patience that had settled over Angband's approaches. The Noldor grew lean and hard in their watchtowers, while within the fortress Morgoth's armies multiplied and strengthened. Orc tribes from the furthest corners of Middle-earth came to serve the banners of the Iron Crown, and in the breeding pits new horrors took shape to serve their master's will. Yet for all his growing strength, Morgoth found himself trapped as surely as any prisoner in chains. His armies could not march forth to conquer the lands beyond his borders while the Noldor held their watch, and every attempt to break the siege had ended in failure. The very completeness of his fortress had become a weakness, for its single great gate was too well watched to allow his forces free passage. So the siege settled into a routine of watchfulness and sudden violence, of long months of preparation broken by days of desperate battle. The Noldor held their ring of steel around their enemy's stronghold, while within its walls Morgoth prepared for the day when he would shatter their blockade with force beyond their power to resist. 400 years the siege would last, longer than many kingdoms had endured from their founding to their fall. It was a war of patience and endurance, where victory would go not to the swiftest sword but to the will that proved strongest when all hope seemed lost. The siege had begun, and Middle-earth held its breath to see which side would break first. The siege pressed like a weight upon Morgoth's spirit, and in his rage he turned to the work he knew best, the corruption of life itself. If the Noldor would not be broken by simple force, then he would create forces that no enemy could withstand. In the deepest workshops of Angband, where the heat could melt stone and the darkness was absolute, the Dark Lord began to fashion instruments of war beyond the nightmares of his foes. The trolls were his first new creation, born from the marriage of stone and flesh, in ways that violated every principle of natural order. He took the bones of giants from the world's eldest days and wrapped them in hide tougher than iron mail. Their strength could shatter castle gates, and their claws could tear through armor as easily as parchment. But strength alone was not enough for Morgoth's purposes. The trolls needed cunning to match their power. Minds that could follow complex commands and adapt to changing circumstances on the battlefield. From the captured essence of the elves he had corrupted, he drew the spark of intelligence and forced it into these creatures of living stone. The result was horrible to behold. The trolls possessed just enough wit to understand their own degradation, just enough memory to recall what they had lost. In their eyes burned a hatred that came not from their master's will, but from their own tormented souls. And that hatred made them more terrible than any mindless beast. Sauron oversaw much of this work, his ordered mind cataloguing each success and failure with methodical precision. He established breeding programs that would ensure the trolls multiplied according to their master's needs. And he designed the training regimens that would turn them into disciplined soldiers rather than mere monsters. The great wolves were Morgoth's next triumph, though wolves was too small a word for what they became under his ministrations. These were beasts the size of horses, with eyes like burning coals and voices that could freeze the blood of those who heard them. Their pack leader he named Dragluin, and in him he invested power that made even the Balrogs treat the Wolf Lord with grudging respect. Karkaroth he kept for his own, feeding the giant wolf on a diet of living flame until his hide could turn aside the sharpest sword. This beast would guard the gates of Angband itself, and his bite carried poison that could fell even the mightiest warrior. Morgoth looked upon his wolf child with the pride of a craftsman who has created a masterwork, though the love he felt was as twisted as everything else in his realm. Yet it was in the breeding of dragons that Morgoth poured his greatest efforts, for these creatures would be the ultimate expression of his power over life and death. The first Wyams were crude things, little more than winged serpents with breath that could wither plants and poison streams. But generation by generation, he refined their form until they became weapons worthy of their master's ambition. Glorung was the first of the true dragons, and in his making Morgoth invested powers drawn from his own essence. The golden dragon bore within his breast fires hot enough to melt the gates of Gondolin, and his voice carried enchantments that could bind the will of any who heard them. His hide was proof against any weapon forged by mortal hands, and his eyes held the hypnotic power of his master's malice. But Glorun was only the beginning. In the deepest caverns beneath Thangorodrim, Morgoth began the work that would culminate in his greatest creation, a dragon so vast and terrible that the very sight of him would break armies before they could strike a blow. And Calagon the Black would not be ready for centuries yet, but already his creator dreamed of the day when the greatest of all flying creatures would darken the sky with his wings. The forges of Angband rang with the creation of weapons to arm these new servants of darkness. Swords were beaten from iron, taken from the heart of fallen stars, while armor was wrought from metals that had never known the touch of sunlight. Each piece was inscribed with runes of binding that ensured its bearer would serve Morgoth's will without question. Balrog fire heated the great furnaces where these weapons took shape, and orc-smiths worked the metal with hammers blessed by their master's curse. The blades that emerged from these workshops could cleave through mail as though it were cloth, while the armor could turn aside arrows shot from the mightiest bows. But it was not merely in the creation of new life, that Morgoth excelled during these years of siege. He also turned his attention to the perfection of existing forms, breeding his orcs for greater size and ferocity, training his servants in new arts of war and stealth. The Uruk-hai were born in this time, orcs grown to the height of men and possessed of intelligence that made them natural leaders among their smaller kin. These creatures could endure sunlight where lesser orcs would wither, and their strength rivaled that of the Noldorin warriors who held the siege lines. From his throne of black iron, Morgoth surveyed his growing arsenal and felt satisfaction deeper than any he had known since the theft of the Silmarils. Let the Noldor hold their watch for centuries if they chose. When he finally broke their siege, it would be with weapons so terrible that their very memory would become a curse. Upon the lips of all who survived the encounter, the weapons of the underworld were ready, and their master was eager to test them against the proud princes who dared to pen him within his own fortress. In the great hall beneath Thangorodrim, where shadows danced with flames that gave no warmth, the Balrogs gathered at their master's summons. They came like living storms of fire and darkness, these spirits who had followed Morgoth since the world's youth. Their whips cracked thunder as they walked, and their voices rumbled like distant earthquakes in the deep places of the earth. Gothmog stood among them, but not as one among equals. The other Balrogs felt his presence like the heat from a forge that burns hotter than all others, and they gave way before him as lesser flames yield to the greater fire. He had been first to answer Morgoth's call in the depths of Utumno, and through all the ages of rebellion he had proven himself the most terrible of his kindred. His form was wreathed in shadows that seemed to devour light itself, yet within those shadows burned fires that could melt the strongest steel. When he moved, the very air shimmered with heat waves that made even the mightiest orcs stagger and fall. His voice carried the authority of one who had never known defeat, and his eyes held the reflection of his master's malice refined to perfect clarity. Morgoth looked upon his greatest servant and saw in him the commander his armies needed. The orcs were useful in their multitudes, but they lacked the discipline to coordinate complex attacks. The trolls possessed strength beyond measure, but their minds moved too slowly to adapt when battle plans went awry. The wolves were swift and cunning, but they followed instinct more than strategy. What the forces of Angband required was a leader who combined intelligence with absolute loyalty, one who could impose order upon chaos and turn rabble into instruments of precision warfare. In Gothmog, the Dark Lord found such a commander, and he raised the Lord of Balrogs to stand as High Captain over all the armies of the Shadow. The appointment was made with ceremony befitting its importance. Before the assembled hosts of Angband, Morgoth placed upon Gothmag's brow a crown of black iron wrought with flames that burned without consuming. The crown was no mere ornament, but a symbol of the authority that now flowed through its wearer. Power that made every orc and troll and creature of darkness bend the knee in recognition of their new master. Gothmog accepted the burden with words that shook the foundations of the fortress itself. He swore oaths of service that bound him to his master's will until the ending of the world, and he promised victories that would wash away the shame of the siege that penned them within their walls. The assembled armies roared their approval, and the sound echoed through all the tunnels of Angband, like the voice of doom itself. The new High Captain set to work at once, for the chaos of ages could not be undone in a day. The orc tribes that swarmed through Angban's tunnels had grown slack in their discipline, each band following its own crude leaders without regard for any greater strategy. Gothmog moved among them like fire through dry grass, imposing order where disorder had reigned supreme. He established chains of command that reached from the lowest orc warrior to the throne of Morgoth himself. Captains were chosen for their cunning rather than their strength, and they learned to fear their new commander's displeasure more than death itself. Those who showed promise were elevated, while those who failed were cast into the molten streams that flowed through Angban's depths. The training grounds echoed with the sound of armies learning to move as one. Where once the orcs had fought as scattered mobs, now they formed into disciplined companies that could execute complex maneuvers without confusion. The trolls learned to coordinate their strength with the speed of wolf packs, while overhead the winged servants of darkness practiced formations that would darken the sky when the time came for war. Gothmog himself led many of these exercises, his presence turning routine drills into tests of courage and endurance. The lesser creatures of Angband learned to function, despite the terror his proximity inspired, for on the battlefield they would face enemies whose fear could be turned to advantage. Better to master that fear in the safety of their own halls than discover its weakness when swords were drawn in earnest. The siege lines of the Noldor felt the change long before they understood its source. The random attacks that had marked the early years of the blockade gave way to probing assaults that tested specific weaknesses. Orc raiders struck with precision that suggested careful planning, while relief forces arrived with timing that spoke of coordination beyond what their enemies had expected. Fingolfin himself noted the difference in his daily reports to the other princes of the Noldor. The enemy had grown more dangerous, more cunning in their attacks. Someone with a mind for war had taken command within Angban's walls, and that someone was making their siege more difficult with each passing season. Yet Gothmog was not content merely to improve the forces already at his command. In the deepest workshops of the fortress, he oversaw the creation of new weapons, and the breeding of creatures designed specifically for the breaking of sieges. Engineers worked under his direction to design catapults that could hurl boulders over the greatest walls, while other craftsmen forged chains strong enough to bind dragons. The High Captain studied maps of Beleriand with the intensity of a general planning his greatest campaign. Every hill and valley was marked, every river and forest noted for the advantages it might offer. When the time came to break the siege, his armies would know the ground better than the princes who claimed to rule it. In the hierarchy of Angband, only Sauron stood higher than Gothmog in their master's favor, and between the two great servants there grew a rivalry that sharpened them both. Where Sauron excelled in strategy and long-term planning, Gothmog mastered the brutal art of battlefield command. Together they made their master's armies into a weapon worthy of his ambitions. The High Captain was ready, and his forces awaited only the word to march forth and break the chains that bound them. 400 years the watch had held. 400 years the bright swords of the Noldor had kept their vigil upon the northern borders, and the great fortress of Angband had glowered behind its iron gates like a beast caged but never tamed. Yet in the deepest pits of that accursed realm, Morgoth had not been idle. The forges of Angband blazed with fires that had never known the touch of Telperian's silver or Laurelin's gold, in caverns carved from the living rock beneath Thangorodrim. The servants of the Iron Crown laboured with hammer and flame, yet their greatest work lay deeper still. For centuries they had pierced the foundations of the earth itself, boring shafts that reached down to the fires that slept beneath all lands. Gothmog stood before his master in the deepest hall. The Lord of Balrogs bowed his great head, and flames wreathed his form like a crown of destruction. Around them the air shimmered with heat, and the very stones of Angband's floors glowed dull red beneath their feet. Morgoth gazed upon the fruits of 4 centuries' labour. The preparations were complete at last. The careful boring through bedrock, the channeling of magma flows, the weakening of stone barriers that held back the molten heart of the world itself. Soon the Eldar would learn that no wall built by mortal hands could contain the wrath of one who had sung discord in the music before the foundations of Arda were laid. "Let it begin," the Dark Lord commanded. The first tremors shook the northern mountains as the sun climbed toward its height. In the watchtowers of Hithlum, the guards of Fingolfin felt the stones beneath their feet shiver like leaves in an autumn wind. They looked toward Thangorodrim and saw smoke rising from its peaks, yet this was no ordinary reek of Morgoth's forges. The mountains split open like fruit beneath a blade. Rivers of fire burst forth from a dozen peaks at once. Molten rock poured down the slopes in torrents of liquid flame. Yet these were no natural eruptions born of Earth's deep stirrings. The very landscape had been reshaped to serve the purposes of the Iron Crown, and now the patient work of centuries bore its terrible harvest. Ardgalen burned, the great green plain that stretched between the siege lines, and the enemy's gates became a wasteland in the space of a single morning. Grass and tree, flower and fern, all the growing things that had made the Northlands fair were consumed in fires that rushed outward from Angband, like the fingers of some grasping hand. The earth itself cracked and split, releasing vapors that choked the throat and stung the eyes until strong warriors wept like children. In the fortress of Barad Aithel, Prince Fingon watched his realm die before his eyes. The watchtowers that had stood for centuries vanished beneath waves of molten stone. The careful roads and bridges, the supply lines and communication posts, all the infrastructure of the great siege crumbled as the very ground beneath them turned to ash and burning sand. The rivers of fire found every valley and depression in the land. They flowed like water, yet burned like the heart of a forge, and where they passed, nothing remained but desolation. The fair streams that had watered Ardgalen boiled away in clouds of steam, and the fish that had swum in their clear waters died by the thousands as their homes became cauldrons of superheated mist. Yet the fire floods were only the beginning. Behind the rivers of flame came the hosts of Angband in numbers beyond counting. Orcs and wolves, trolls and fell beasts poured forth from gates that had been sealed for 4 centuries, and their battle cry rose above the roar of the flames like the voice of doom itself. Gothmog led the van, his flaming whip cracking above the heads of his legions, and behind him marched captains whose names would be remembered in the songs of woe until the world's ending. The siege lines broke like morning mist before the wind. Fortresses that had never fallen to direct assault were abandoned in hours as their defenders fled the advancing flames. The great tower of Amon Areb, where Gil-galad had kept watch for 3 centuries, stood empty before the sun reached its zenith. The walls and trenches, the barriers and gate towers that had held back the power of Angband for 400 years, became monuments to futility in the face of the earth's own fury turned to evil purpose. In the passes of the Erd Wethrin, companies of Edain found themselves cut off from retreat as rivers of fire carved new channels through the ancient stone. They climbed toward the high places, seeking escape from the burning lowlands, yet the very peaks seemed to glow with internal heat, as if the mountains themselves had become servants of the enemy. King Finrod abandoned Tall Sirion in the dark hour before dawn. His people fled southward through smoke-filled air, carrying what treasures they could save from the flames, yet many fair things were lost forever in that rout. The Tower of the Watch, where the banner of the House of Finarfin had flown since the early days of the siege, fell to the enemy without a sword being drawn in its defence. Ardgalen became Anfeglith, the gasping dust, where once green fields had stretched beneath the open sky, now only wasteland remained. The very air above the ruined plain shimmered with heat that rose from stones still cooling from their passage through the fires of the earth's heart. No bird flew over those desolate reaches, and no beast sought water at streams that had become beds of ash and bone. The great siege was broken, and with it died the hope that Morgoth might be contained behind his northern borders. The Dark Lord had shown his strength at last, and all Middle-earth trembled at the revelation, for the Eldar now understood that their enemy possessed power beyond their reckoning. Power to reshape the very foundations of the world according to his malice. Yet, in that hour of greatest darkness, few could see that Morgoth's triumph carried within it the seeds of his ultimate defeat. For in breaking forth from his fortress with such violence, he had committed himself to open war at last. The long centuries of patient preparation were ended, and now he must face his enemies, not from behind impregnable walls, but upon the field of battle itself. The balance of the world had shifted, and nothing would ever be the same again. In the years following the breaking of the siege, when smoke still rose from the ruins of Ardgalen, and refugees filled the roads leading south, Morgoth looked upon his victories and found them incomplete. The Eldar had been scattered and their fortresses broken, yet they fought on from new strongholds carved in mountain stone. The time had come to unleash his greatest weapon upon the shattered lands of the north. Deep in the breeding pits of Angband, the father of dragons stirred at his master's call, glorying the golden rose from the depths where he had grown to full strength in darkness and flame. No beast of natural birth was he, but a creature shaped by Morgoth's will from fire and malice and the corrupted essence of the earth itself. His scales gleamed like molten gold in the light of Angband's forges, yet beneath their beauty lay strength that could shatter stone and breath that turned living flesh to ash and bone. The great worm stretched his length through caverns that had been carved wide to accommodate his growing bulk. His eyes opened like furnaces in the dark, and when he moved, the very foundations of Thangorodrim trembled. For he was the first of the fire drakes, mightiest of all the children of Morgoth's malice, and in his making the Dark Lord had poured much of his own power and cunning. From the gates of Angband, Glórin emerged into the light of day for the first time since his youth. The orcs fell back before him in terror and awe, for even they who served the enemy feared the sight of their master's greatest creation. His body stretched longer than the mightiest ship ever built in the havens of the Teleri, and his breadth was such that he could crush a full company of warriors beneath his weight without slowing his advance. The dragon's first target lay not far from Angban's shadow. The fortress of Amon-Rod had become a refuge for survivors of the Great Burning, and its walls sheltered hundreds of Edan who had fled their burning homesteads when the rivers of fire destroyed their lands. They thought themselves safe behind stone walls built in the elder days, yet no fortress built by the hands of men could stand against the might of Glorung. The dragon came upon them in the grey hour before dawn. His approach shook the earth like distant thunder, yet those who heard it mistook the sound for tremors from the still cooling fires that had reshaped the north. Only when the great head rose above their walls like a second sunrise did they understand what manner of doom had come to their gates. Glorung's breath turned the morning air to flame. Stone walls that had weathered 1,000 storms cracked and split in the sudden heat, and the wooden buildings within the fortress blazed up like torches in a gale. Warriors ran toward the walls with spears and swords raised high, yet their weapons shattered against scales, harder than the finest armor ever forged in the halls of the dwarves. The great tail swept across the courtyard like a scythe through grain. Men who had fought orcs and wolves without flinching fell before the dragon's might like children before a giant, and their death cries were lost in the roar of flames that consumed everything they had built or hoped to save. Yet it was not strength alone that made Glorung terrible among the children of Morgoth. In his eyes burned an intelligence cold and cruel, and his voice when he spoke carried power to bend the will of lesser beings to his purpose. He was cunning as a serpent and proud as his master, and those who looked too long into his gaze found their courage failing, and their hearts filled with despair. The survivors of Amon-Rud fled south through air thick with smoke and ash. Behind them the dragon coiled among the ruins like a king upon his throne, and his laughter rolled across the wasteland like thunder from a clear sky. For this was only the beginning of his campaigns, and Glorun had tasted victory and found it sweet. The fortress of Nargothrond received the refugees with heavy hearts. King Finrod walked among the wounded and heard their tales of fire and terror. Yet even his wise counsel could offer little comfort to those who had seen their homes consumed by dragonfire. The great worm had come forth at last, and no fortress in Beleriand seemed strong enough to stand against his might. In the weeks that followed, Glorung ranged across the northern lands like a storm unleashed. He came upon the hidden halls of the grey elves and turned their fair chambers into furnaces of death. He found the secret paths that smugglers used to move supplies between the scattered strongholds, and sealed them with fire and fallen stone. Where armies might take months to conquer, the dragon passed in days and left only ash behind. His very presence changed the nature of the war itself, for no strategy devised by elf or man could account for a single creature who possessed the strength of 1,000 warriors and the cunning of their greatest kings. The Edain learnt to read the signs of Glorunks coming in the behavior of birds and beasts. Deer fled southward in great herds when the dragon moved, and even the wolves of Angband slunk away from his path. The sky above his hunting grounds turned the colour of old blood, and the very air grew thick with vapours that stung the throat and made strong men gasp for breath. Refugees brought word of his deeds to every hall and haven in Beleriand, They spoke of villages consumed in minutes, of brave warriors turned to cowards by the spell of his gaze, of treasures gathered over generations melted into slag by the heat of his breath. The dragon's name became a curse upon the lips of the free peoples. Yet it was spoken always in whispers, as if the mere sound might draw his terrible attention. King Thingol received the dark tidings in his halls beneath the beech trees of Doriath. Even within the girdle of Melion's power, the wise could feel the shadow growing stronger in the north. For Glorung was no mere beast to be hunted with spear and bow, but a creature in whom the malice of Morgoth himself walked the earth in living form. The dragon's campaigns reached their climax in the autumn of that evil year. He came at last to the great fortress of Barad Aithel, where Fingolfin's son still held the pass against the servants of the enemy. The walls of that mighty stronghold had never been breached by orc or troll, yet they had not been built to withstand the assault of Glorung the Golden. The battle lasted 3 days and 2 nights. Prince Fingon led his warriors in desperate sallies against the dragon's flanks, yet their arrows broke against his scales like drops of rain upon stone. The great gates, wrought of iron and strengthened with the craft of the Noldor, melted like wax before the furnace heat of Glorun's breath. On the 3rd dawn, the dragon coiled himself about the central tower like a serpent around a tree. His weight brought down stones that had stood since the early days of the siege, and his roar of triumph echoed across the wasteland that had once been the fair plain of Ard Galen. Fingon's host retreated through the passes of the Erd Wethrin like water flowing downhill before a flood. Behind them, Barad Aithel burned with fires that would smoulder for years to come, and Glorung stretched his length among the ruins with the satisfaction of one who had completed a work long planned. The great siege was not merely broken, but utterly destroyed. Where once the Eldar had held their enemies behind a line of steel and stone, now the servants of Morgoth roamed free across the northern lands, and chief among them went Glorung the Worm, father of dragons, leaving behind him a trail of ash and sorrow that would never be forgotten while the world endured. The balance of the war had shifted beyond all hope of recovery, and the elder days moved toward their darkest hour. The fire floods of Glorung opened paths that had been sealed for centuries. Through the broken gates of Barad Aithel, the hosts of Morgoth poured southward like water through a shattered dam, and the carefully held lines of the great siege became memory in the space of a single season. Dorthonion fell first among the great strongholds. That fair highland had long been the domain of Angrad and Agnar, sons of Finarfin, and its pine forests had sheltered the northern borders of Baleriand since the early years of the siege. Yet, when the rivers of fire carved their channels through the roots of the Erd Wethrin, the defenders found themselves cut off from all hope of reinforcement or retreat. Beregond led his people in the final defence of their highland realm. The men of Bea's house had dwelt in those hills for 3 generations, and they knew every path and hidden valley among the pine groves. Yet knowledge of the land availed little when the land itself had been transformed by fire and the passage of dragonkind. The orcs came not in great hosts, but in endless streams that flowed around every defence like water around stones, where once 100 warriors might hold a pass for days. Now they found themselves surrounded and overwhelmed before the sun had moved, a hand's breadth across the sky. The careful strategies of siege warfare meant nothing when the enemy could strike from any direction at will. Bauglir, alone among the lords of Dorthonion, refused to abandon his realm. He gathered the remnants of his people in the fastness of Tarn Eluin, where the lake's pure water still reflected stars that seemed cold and distant in the smoke-filled air. There among the reeds and marshes he made his last stand, yet it was a gesture of defiance rather than hope of victory. The gap of Maglor opened like a wound in the eastern defences. Maglor, son of Feanor, had held that pass against all assault for centuries. Yet the fire floods changed the very shape of the land and created new routes through hills that had been impassable since their first uplifting. His riders found themselves fighting on 10 fronts at once, as orc bands poured through breaks in the mountain wall that appeared overnight. The feast of reuniting became a feast of mourning instead. Lords who had planned to gather in celebration of victories won, found themselves fleeing for their lives through lands they no longer recognized. Medros abandoned his great fortress of Himring, retreating southward with the survivors of his guard as fire streams cut off their supply lines and rendered their defensive positions untenable. In the west, the folk of Hithlum found themselves trapped between the fires from the north and the sea that offered no escape. Fingolfin, the High King, rode among his people like a flame himself, seeking to rally their spirits in the hour of greatest need. Yet even his presence could not stem the tide of defeat that swept across his realm. The fair city of Menegroth received a constant stream of refugees through that bitter season. Thingol's halls filled with the wounded and the grieving, and Queen Melian used all her power to tend those who had been burned by dragonfire or broken by the terror of Glorung's gaze. Yet even the girdle of Melian seemed less secure, now that the northern defences had failed so completely. Gondolin remained hidden behind its circle of mountains, yet even there the people felt the trembling of the earth and saw the red glow that lit the northern sky. Turgon walked the walls of his secret city and wondered how long its concealment might endure, now that Morgoth's power ranged free across the upper lands. The passes of the Blue Mountains filled with streams of fleeing people. Elves and men together abandoned homes that had been theirs since the return from Valinor, the Undying Lands, carrying only what they could bear upon their backs. Behind them, the fair lands of their youth burned with fires that would not be quenched, and ahead lay only the uncertain hope of refuge in realms not yet touched by the spreading shadow. Prince Gil-galad fought, a running battle through the foothills of the arid Luin. His small company of warriors covered the retreat of hundreds of refugees, yet for every mile they gained toward safety, 2 more were lost to the advancing enemy. The orcs harried them like wolves among sheep, striking swiftly and melting away before the Eldar could mount an effective defense. By winter's coming, the great realm of the north had ceased to exist. Where once the bright kingdoms of the Noldor had stretched from sea to mountain in an unbroken chain, now only scattered strongholds remained like islands in a sea of smoke and ash. The careful work of centuries had been undone in a single campaign, and the lords of the Eldar faced the bitter truth that their enemy possessed resources beyond their power to match. Morgoth looked upon the ruin of his foes' hopes and found it good. The rivers of fire had served their purpose well, yet they were but the beginning of the sorrows he would bring upon the children of Ilúvatar Eru. For now the paths lay open to the south, and his servants could strike at targets that had long been protected by the buffer of the northern realms. The first phase of the war's ending had begun, and darkness covered the land like a shroud. Victory was not enough for the Dark Lord of Angband, though his armies swept across the broken Northlands, and his dragon burned the fortresses of the Eldar. Morgoth's malice demanded more than conquest alone. He would teach the children of Iluvatar that even their greatest heroes could become instruments of their own people's doom. Among the prisoners taken in the rout of the northern realms, one man, above all others, drew the attention of the Iron Crown. Hurin Thalion had been lord of Dor Loman before the fire floods consumed his realm. His sword had drunk orc blood for 40 years of border wars, and his name was spoken with respect in every hall where the Edain gathered to remember their fallen. Yet now he knelt in chains before the throne of Morgoth, his armor blackened by dragonfire and his sword broken upon the stones of Angband. The Dark Lord gazed down upon his captive with eyes like furnaces in the depths of the earth. Here was a prize beyond the worth of gold or mithril. For Hurin possessed something that Morgoth coveted above all treasures, the love of his kindred and the trust of his people. "You shall sit upon Thango Rodrum," Morgoth declared, "and you shall see with my eyes and hear with my ears the fate of those you have failed to protect." The curse that followed was wrought not of sword or flame but of words alone, yet it cut deeper than any blade forged in the fires of Angband. Morgoth bound Hryn to a chair of stone upon the highest peak of his fortress, and there the Lord of the Edain was condemned to watch, as his family walked the paths of doom that the Dark Lord had prepared for them. From his throne of torment, Hurin saw his wife Morwen struggle to protect their children in a land overrun by orcs and wolves. He watched his son Turin grow to manhood in the halls of Thingol, yet even in that protected realm the curse followed like a shadow, turning the young man's courage into the instrument of tragedy for all who loved him. The power of the Iron Crown reached beyond the borders of Angband to poison every choice and chance encounter that might have led to happiness. When Turin drew his sword to defend the innocent, the blade somehow found the wrong target. When he offered friendship to those in need, his very presence brought doom upon their houses. Hurin strained against his bonds and cried out warnings that none could hear. He saw his son become an exile and wanderer, fleeing from one sanctuary to another, as misfortune followed in his wake. The curse worked through small things, a misunderstood word, a moment's hesitation, a choice made in good faith that led to ruin beyond imagining. In Nargothrond, Turin rose high in the councils of King Finrod's brother, yet his advice led that hidden realm to reveal itself, before it was ready to face the strength of Angband. The dragon Gloran came upon the city of caves like a nightmare made manifest, and those who might have remained safe in concealment perished in flames because they had heeded the words of Hurin's son. Morgoth spoke to his prisoner in the long nights when the stars looked down with cold pity upon the peak of Thango Rodrim. The Dark Lord's voice carried false sympathy for the suffering he had authored. Yet beneath his words lay mockery, cruel beyond the understanding of those who had not dwelt in darkness since before the making of the world. "See how your courage serves my purposes," the enemy whispered. "Every blow your son strikes in the name of justice becomes a tool of my malice. Every friendship he makes becomes a path for my vengeance to follow." The worst torment lay not in watching Turin's individual sorrows, but in understanding how each tragedy served the greater design of evil. When the young warrior fought against the orcs of Morgoth, his victories only drove them toward targets they might not have found otherwise. When he defended the weak, his very presence marked them for destruction. Hurin aged years in months as he watched the curse unfold. His hair turned grey and his face became lined with grief. Yet Morgoth's power kept him strong enough to endure every moment of the suffering he was forced to witness. Death would have been mercy, yet mercy was not in the nature of one who had chosen to corrupt all things fair and good. The daughter Nenna grew to womanhood in the shadow of her brother's doom. She too became caught in the web of Morgoth's malice. Her love and courage turned into instruments of tragedy through the spell that Gloring cast upon her memory. Brother and sister met at last, unknowing of their kinship, and their love became the final thread in the tapestry of woe that the Dark Lord had woven around their house. When Trin fell upon his sword in the ruins of his hopes, Hurin felt the last of his heart break within him. Yet even then the curse was not complete, for Morgoth had one final torment prepared for his prisoner. He would free the Lord of the Adan and let him walk among the consequences of his son's deeds. Seeing with his own eyes how completely his noble house had been destroyed, the chains fell away from Hurin's limbs at last. He stood upon Thangorodrim with legs weakened by years of captivity. Yet his spirit burned with hatred that would never be quenched while the world endured. Morgoth laughed to see such futile rage, for he knew that his greatest victory lay not in conquest of lands, or slaughter of armies, but in the corruption of love itself. Thus did the Dark Lord prove that even the noblest heart could become an instrument of evil when placed in the hands of one whose malice knew no bounds. The High King of the Noldor stood upon the ruins of his realm, and felt madness touch his heart like ice. Before him stretched the wasteland that had been Hithlum, where once his people had dwelt in halls bright with the light of the two trees' memory. Now only smoke and ash remained, and the wind carried the stench of dragonfire across lands that would never again know the touch of growing things. Fingolfin drew his sword ringle and felt its blade sing in the bitter air. The weapon had been forged in Valinor before the darkening, when hope still lived in the hearts of the Eldar, and the Silmarils hung like stars in Feanor's crown. Its edge had never failed him in 4 centuries of war. Yet what use was even the finest blade against an enemy who could reshape the foundations of the earth itself? Behind him rode the last of his household guard. These were warriors who had followed him across the grinding ice of the Helcarax, who had stood beside him when the ships burned at Lasgar, who had kept faith through long years of siege and sudden catastrophe. Their faces bore the grey pallor of those who had looked upon defeat and found it bitter beyond enduring. The refugees streamed southward in lines that stretched beyond the horizon. Women carried children too young to walk the long roads to exile, while old men leaned upon staffs cut from trees that no longer grew in their homeland. They looked toward their High King with eyes that held no reproach, yet their very silence spoke of trust betrayed and promises broken beyond repair. Fingolfin had sworn to protect them when the host of the Noldor first set foot upon the shores of Middle-earth. He had pledged to hold back the darkness and build fair realms, where his people might dwell in peace, despite their exile from the undying lands. Yet now those realms lay in ashes, and his people faced wandering without hope of return to homes that existed only in memory. The weight of kingship had never pressed so heavily upon his shoulders. Every decision made in council, every strategy planned in the sleepless hours before dawn, every alliance forged with the houses of the Edain had led to this moment of absolute failure. The careful work of ages had crumbled in weeks, and the lords who had trusted his wisdom now gathered the bones of their dead from fields turned to glass by dragonfire. Rage filled the High King's heart like wine poured into an empty cup. Yet this was not the hot anger that flares bright and burns out quickly, but the cold wrath of one who had endured beyond the limits of endurance, and found that suffering could be transmuted into something harder than steel and more deadly than poison. He turned his horse toward the north and rode alone into the wasteland. His guard called out behind him, yet Fingolfin did not look back or slow his pace. The grey stallion Rocalar carried him swiftly across the burning plain that had been Ardgalen, and the beast's hoofbeats rang like hammer blows upon the hardened ash that covered what had once been fertile earth. The gates of Angband loomed before him, like the mouth of some great beast carved from the living rock of the mountains. No guard challenged his approach, for who among the servants of Morgoth would believe that a single rider might dare to seek the Dark Lord in his own fortress? Yet challenge came at last from the throne hall itself, where the sound of Rocalar's hooves upon stone had carried 2 ears that heard all sounds of defiance in the lands beneath his shadow. Morgoth emerged from his halls, clothed in majesty terrible to behold. The brand he bore was no mere weapon, but a symbol of his power over the foundations of the earth itself, and the iron crown upon his brow burned with the stolen light of the Silmarils. He had grown mighty in the long years since his return to Middle-earth, feeding upon the fear and hatred of those who served him until his form towered above, even the greatest of the Eldar, like a mountain above a hill. Fingolfin drew Ringle and felt the blade's light cut through the shadows that gathered around Angband's gates. The sword had been wrought by Telcher himself in the deeps of time, and its edge had drunk the black blood of Balrogs in the battles of Beleriand. Yet even such a weapon seemed small and frail before the bulk of one who had wrestled with the powers themselves in the halls of Eru. The duel that followed would be remembered in song until the world's ending. 7 times Ringle found its mark, and the Dark Lord cried out in pain and rage as steel blessed in Valinor, bit deep into flesh that had not known wounding since the elder days. The earth shook with the force of their blows, and the mountains themselves seemed to lean inward to witness the combat between light and shadow. Yet in the end, strength told against courage. Grond fell like thunder from a clear sky, and Fingolfin the High King lay broken upon the stones before his enemy's gates. Even in death, his hand held fast to Ringle's hilt, and the blade's light grew dim only when the last breath left his body. Morgoth limped back to his throne hall with wounds that would never fully heal. The eagles came to bear away the broken body of the High King, yet they could not carry away the memory of what he had achieved. For in his final hour, Fingolfin had proven that even the mightiest servant of darkness could be made to bleed, and that knowledge would live on in the hearts of those who still fought against the shadow. The crown had passed to Gil-galad, yet the kingship itself had been transformed by the manner of Fingolfin's passing. No longer would the Eldar think themselves safe behind walls of stone and steel, yet neither would they despair while courage lived in even a single heart. love had come to Angband in the most unlikely of forms. It walked in the shape of a mortal man whose life measured but brief decades against the endless years of the firstborn, yet whose heart burned with devotion stronger than the foundations of the mountains themselves. Baron Urgemine had sworn an oath that seemed madness even to those who loved him, yet oaths spoken in the presence of Luthien Tigneville carried power beyond the reckoning of the wise. The Silmaril that blazed in the centre of Morgoth's iron crown had been wrought by Feanor in the days of Valinor's bliss. It held within its crystalline heart the mingled light of the two trees themselves, pure and undimmed despite the long ages it had suffered the touch of evil. Yet none among all the hosts of elves and men had dared to think it might be taken from the very brow of the enemy himself. Luthien sang her father's realm to sleep with melodies older than the moon and stars. Even the great girdle of Melion's power bent to her will, for she was the daughter of a Maya and carried in her voice the echo of the music that shaped the world. The nightingales fell silent when she passed, knowing themselves surpassed, and flowers bloomed in winter at the touch of her bare feet upon the frozen earth. Together the mortal man and the elven maiden walked paths that led beyond hope into the very heart of darkness. One, the great hound, ran beside them, his loyalty transcending even the commands of his master Setlegorm, for he alone among the beasts of Middle-earth had been granted the gift of speech, and understood the weight of the deed they attempted. At the gates of Angband they met Karkaroth, the red moor that Morgoth had set to guard his fortress. The great wolf had been fed upon living flesh, and watered with the blood of elves since his whelping in the pits beneath Thango-Rodrim, and his size rivalled that of fell beasts, whose names were spoken only in whispers. Yet even this guardian fell beneath the spell of Luthien's song, for her voice carried power to heal the madness that evil had wrought in all living things. Into the throne hall of the Dark Lord they passed like dreams walking in the waking world. Morgoth sat upon his chair of black iron with the Silmarils blazing in his crown, yet their stolen light brought him no joy or comfort. Around him stood his greatest servants, Balrogs wreathed in shadow and flame, sorcerers whose knowledge had been bought with the corruption of their souls, captains whose strength came from the torture of the innocent. Luthien danced before the throne of evil itself. Her feet moved to rhythms older than the first sunrise, and her voice rose in melodies that called to the memory of days when darkness had not yet entered the world. Even the servants of Morgoth felt their hatred waver, as beauty beyond their comprehension filled the hall where only cruelty had dwelt for centuries uncounted. The Dark Lord himself swayed upon his throne as sleep crept through his limbs like honey through winter air. The iron crown grew heavy upon his brow, and the Silmaril's light seemed to pulse in time with the maiden's song. Slowly, inevitably, the mightiest of the Ainur fell into slumber deeper than the sleep that had held him in Mandos, and his great bulk settled against the back of his throne like a mountain finding rest. Baron's knife moved swift and sure. The blade had been blessed by Melian herself and sharpened upon stones taken from the shores of Valinor in the days before the exile. It cut through the iron of Morgoth's crown as if the metal were soft clay. Yet the Silmaril it freed burned his mortal flesh like a coal plucked from a forge fire. The jewel blazed in Baron's hand with light that had not touched the air of Middle-earth, since Feanor broke them from their settings in wrath and pride. Its radiance filled the throne hall of Angband with memories of Tyrion upon Tuna and the two trees in their glory. And for a moment the darkness that had ruled that place since its founding was driven back like mist before the morning sun. Yet victory carried its own price. The knife slipped upon the second Silmaril, and its blade bit deep into the Dark Lord's flesh. Black blood welled from the wound like oil from a broken lamp, and Morgoth's roar of pain shook the very roots of the Iron Mountains. The servants of evil stirred from their enchanted sleep, and the lovers found themselves trapped within the heart of their enemy's power, with their theft discovered, and their escape cut off. Through halls filled with the footsteps of pursuing orcs they ran, following passages that Lúthin's song had revealed to them in the depths of the Dark Lord's dreams. Behind them came the sound of armies rousing, of weapons being drawn from sheaths, of hunting horns calling the servants of Angband to the chase. At the gates they met Karkaroth, wakeful and terrible in his wrath. The wolf's madness had returned tenfold when the spell of song was broken, and his jaws gaped wide enough to swallow horse and rider whole. Beren thrust forth his hand to ward off the attack, yet the Silmaril's fire only drove the beast to greater fury. The great jaws closed upon the mortal's hand, and jewel and flesh vanished together into the wolf's gullet. The sacred fire burned within Karkaroth, like poison in his veins, driving him beyond all control or reason. He fled from Angband in agony, carrying the Silmaril southward into lands where his passing would leave a trail of devastation and woe. Beren collapsed upon the threshold of Angband, with his life's blood flowing out upon stones that had never known mercy. Yet Lúthin's love called him back from the edge of death, and the eagles of Manwë bore them both to safety in the hidden halls of Menegroth. Morgoth raged upon his throne like a storm contained within walls of stone. The theft of even one Silmaril was a wound to his pride that no victory in war could heal, for it proved that mortal love could accomplish what armies had failed to achieve. The iron crown sat crooked upon his brow, and the empty setting where the jewel had rested accused him with its darkness. Yet the Dark Lord's wrath would soon find new targets, and the theft of the Silmaril would become the seed of greater sorrows yet to come. The union of Medros gathered like storm clouds upon the borders of Angband. From every corner of Beleriand came the banners of those who still dared to stand against the Dark Lord's power, and their combined host was greater than any army that had marched beneath Middle-earth's skies since the great war against Melkor in the Elder Days. Medros, son of Feanor, rode at the head of the eastern host. His brothers flanked him with their household guards, and behind them marched the remnants of the Noldor who had survived the breaking of the siege. Their armor bore the scars of many battles, yet their swords remained sharp, and their hearts burned with the desire for vengeance against the one who had stolen their king and destroyed their realm. From the west came Fingon with the warriors of Hithlum. The new High King bore himself like one born to command great hosts. Yet the shadow of his father's death lay heavy upon his spirit. He had witnessed Fingolfin's final ride to Angband's gates, and that memory drove him forward with a grief that could find no outlet save in battle against the servants of evil. The Edain marched beside their elven allies with weapons forged in desperation and hearts hardened by loss. Hurin Thalion led the men of Dorlomin, while his brother Hua commanded the warriors who had escaped the burning of their homeland. They sang the songs of their fathers as they marched, yet the words carried notes of farewell rather than triumph. In secret places, the dwarves of Belagost hammered steel and sharpened axes. King Azagel had answered the call to arms with reluctance, for his people preferred the deep roads to the fields of war. Yet the threat to all free peoples had grown too great to ignore. They came forth from their mountain halls, bearing weapons that could bite through dragon scale and armor that had turned the breath of fell beasts. Yet, for all their strength and valor, the Union carried within itself the seeds of its own destruction. Morgoth had not been idle while his enemies gathered their forces. His spies moved like shadows through every camp and council, carrying word of plans and preparations back to the halls of Angband. More dangerous still, the Dark Lord's voice whispered in the ears of those whose loyalty wavered, promising rich rewards for those who would serve his purposes when battle was joined. The eastern host moved first, seeking to draw Morgoth's attention, while Fingon's warriors struck from the west. Medros led his forces across the wasteland that had been Ardgalen, and their approach was marked by pillars of dust that rose like smoke against the morning sky. Behind them rode the sons of Feanor with their retainers, while beside them marched companies of Edan, whose fathers had sworn ancient oaths of friendship to the elven lords. At first the plan seemed blessed by fortune itself. The gates of Angband opened, and the hosts of Morgoth poured forth to meet them in numbers, that darkened the earth like locusts in a summer of plague. Yet this was precisely what Medros had hoped for, and he ordered the retreat that would draw the enemy into the trap his brother's army had prepared. Fingon struck from the west as the signal fires blazed upon the hilltops. His warriors fell upon the orc hosts like wolves among sheep, and their battle cry rang across the field with such force that even the servants of darkness felt fear touch their hearts. For a moment it seemed that the Eldar might indeed reclaim their ancient dominion over the northern lands. Then came the betrayal that doomed them all. The Easterlings who had sworn themselves to Medrus's service turned their weapons upon their allies at the moment of greatest need. Ulfang the Black led his sons in a charge that struck the eastern host in the flank, just as they sought to complete the encirclement of their enemies. What had been a carefully planned maneuver became a desperate struggle for survival, as friend became foe in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Maglo fought back to back with his brother as orc blades pressed close on every side. The harper's sword sang its own grim melody as it rose and fell, yet even the finest blade could not hold back the tide of treachery and superior numbers. Around them the eastern host crumbled like sand before the tide, and warriors who had fought beside each other for centuries died alone among enemies who gave no quarter. From the heights of Thango-Rodrim, Gloran descended like a falling star wreathed in fire and malice. The great dragon's roar shattered the courage of those who heard it, and his breath turned the battlefield itself into a furnace where steel melted and stone cracked in the terrible heat. Before his advance, the bravest warriors broke and fled, for no mortal strength could stand against such power unleashed. Fingon saw his brother's host dissolving in chaos, and led his own warriors in a desperate charge to break through the enemy lines. The High King's banner flew bright above the press of battle, and for a moment hope flickered like a candle flame in the darkness. Yet Gothmog, Lord of Balrogs, had marked him for death, and their duel raged across ground already soaked with the blood of heroes. The great whip cracked like thunder, and Fingon, High King of the Noldor, fell with his sword still bright in his hand. His death cry was taken up by those who loved him, and their grief became a weapon more terrible than any forged in the smithies of Angband. They fought with the fury of the bereaved until none remained standing, and their sacrifice bought time for others to escape the ruin of their hopes. Hurin Thalion made the last stand of the Edain upon a hill that would be remembered in song until the world's ending. His warriors formed a ring of steel around their lord, and their axes drank deep of orc blood as the enemy waves broke against their shields. One by one they fell, yet each death cost their foes dear, and their defiance echoed across the field like a challenge to the Dark Lord himself. When Hurin stood alone among the bodies of his men, he cast aside his broken shield and took his axe in both hands. His battle cry rang out above the din of slaughter as he carved a path toward the banners of Angband, seeking to sell his life as dearly as possible. 70 orcs fell to his blade before weight of numbers bore him down. Yet even then he fought until Gothmog himself came to bind him with chains forged in the deepest pits of Angband. The field of the Nirneath Arnadiad became a wasteland carpeted with the dead. Wolves and ravens came to feast upon the fallen, yet even they fled when Glorin coiled among the corpses like a serpent in a garden of death. The dragon's laughter echoed across the battlefield as he surveyed the ruin of the last great hope of the free peoples. Morgoth had won his greatest victory, yet the triumph brought him no joy. For he had learned that morning that even in defeat the children of Ilúvatar could achieve a beauty that his malice could never match, and that knowledge poisoned every pleasure he might have taken in their destruction. In the deepest forges of Angband, where fire burned hotter than the heart of mountains and malice took shape in molten steel, Morgoth laboured upon his greatest work. The victory of the Nirneath had given him mastery over Beleriand, yet mastery was not enough for one whose appetite for destruction knew no bounds. He would create a servant so mighty that even the Valar themselves might tremble at its roar. The breeding pits that had birthed Glorung seemed small and crude compared to the vast caverns now carved beneath Thangorodrim. Here the Dark Lord poured his own essence into the making of dragonkind, feeding the growing worm with fire stolen from the foundations of the earth itself. For 20 years the work continued in secret, while above the servants of Angband consolidated their master's conquests. When Ankalagon, the Black First, stirred in his deep lair, the mountains themselves groaned beneath his weight. His size dwarfed even Gloring as a mountain dwarfs a hill. His wingspan stretched wider than the greatest ships ever built in the havens of the Eldar, and when he spread his pinions, the shadow they cast could cover entire cities. His scales were black as the void between the stars, yet they reflected no light save the red glow of the fires that burned within his mighty heart. The great dragon's first breath melted stone to glass and turned iron to vapor in the heated air. His roar shattered the peaks of lesser mountains and sent avalanches tumbling into valleys where his enemies might seek to hide. Yet it was not strength alone that made Ankalagon terrible beyond all other creatures of Morgoth's making. In his eyes burned intelligence, ancient and cruel, wisdom corrupted by centuries of dwelling in darkness. He spoke in the black speech with a voice like grinding stone, yet his words carried power to break the will of those who heard them. The spells woven into his making gave him knowledge of secret ways and hidden weaknesses, and his malice grew with each passing year until it rivaled that of his master himself. Morgoth looked upon his creation and knew that he had wrought well. Here was a weapon that could break any fortress, burn any army, and strike terror into hearts that had never known fear. The Dark Lord spoke words of binding and command, yet Ancalagon's submission came freely given. For the great worm recognized in his maker a kindred spirit whose appetite for destruction matched his own. The first flight of Ancalagon marked the beginning of sorrows beyond counting. He rose from the pits of Angband like a second sun clothed in darkness and flame. His passage through the air sent waves of superheated wind rolling across the wasteland, and the very sky seemed to burn where his wings had beaten. Below him the orc armies cheered their master's newest servant, yet even they drew back in terror from the shadow of his passing. The survivors of Gil-galad's realm saw the great dragons approach from their refuge on the Isle of Bauglir. Even across the leagues of sea that separated them from the mainland, they could see the red glow that marked his passage and feel the tremor of his wing beats in the air itself. Ships that had weathered the worst storms of Bauglir turned aside from their course, rather than sail beneath the shadow of his flight. And Calagon's first target was the hidden realm of Gondolin. Though Turgon City remained concealed behind its circle of mountains, the dragon's eyes could pierce veils that had hidden it from lesser servants of the enemy. He circled above the encircling mountains like a carrion bird above a battlefield, testing the strength of the barriers that protected the last great stronghold of the Noldor. The great Wyam's roar echoed from peak to peak, until the very stones of the hidden pass began to crack and shift. Avalanches thundered down into the valleys where Gondolin's guards kept their watch. Yet these were the least of the terrors that Ancalagon brought to bear. His breath carved new channels through solid rock, opening paths where none had existed since the world's shaping. King Turgon felt the dragon's presence like a weight upon his spirit. The walls of his city had been raised by powers beyond mortal craft, yet even they seemed fragile before the might of Morgoth's greatest creation. In the throne hall of Gondolin, the king gathered his counselors and spoke words that had not been heard. Since the founding of the realm, preparations for siege and the possibility of defeat. Yet Ancalagon did not strike at Gondolin directly. His master's plans required subtlety as well as strength, and the great dragon withdrew to terrorize other targets while agents of corruption worked their way into Turgon's court. The hidden city would fall in due time, yet its destruction would come from within as well as without. The black wings cast their shadow over every free realm that still dared to resist the Dark Lord's will. Nargothrond trembled behind its gates of stone, while in distant Doriath, Queen Melian strengthened her girdle against the approach of powers that even she might struggle to turn aside. The dragons of lesser breed followed Ancalagon like hunting hounds behind their pack leader, and together they scoured Beleriand of any who dared to challenge their master's dominion. Villagers that had survived the Nirneath were consumed in minutes by dragonfire. Refugees who had found sanctuary in hidden valleys watched their shelters burn as Ancalagon's brood hunted them down like beasts in the wild. The very air above Beleriand became unsafe for any save the servants of Angband, and the eagles of Manwë withdrew to their high places rather than face the fury of the winged flame. In the halls of Angband, Morgoth gazed upon maps marked with the paths of destruction his greatest creation had carved across the face of Middle-earth. Every burned city, every slaughtered company, every act of terror served his greater purpose. The free peoples were learning that resistance brought only suffering, while those who submitted to his rule found peace in slavery. Ancalagon the Black had become the spear point of the Dark Lord's final conquest, and before his might even the greatest of the Eldar began to despair. The son of Eöl walked alone through the passes of the encircling mountains, seeking the ores of the earth that called to his smithcraft like songs in the darkness. Meglin had inherited his father's skill with hammer and forge, yet in his heart burned desires that ran deeper than the love of metals and the shaping of fair things. He coveted what lay beyond his reach, and that hunger would prove the doom of all he claimed to cherish. Orcs found him in the high places where the veins of Mithril ran closest to the surface. They came upon him in numbers too great for even his blade to turn aside. Yet they did not slay him as they would have any other of the Eldar. Their orders came from Angband itself, and they bore him southward in chains wrought of iron, blessed in the fires of Morgoth's forges. In the throne hall of the Dark Lord, Meglin knelt before powers that dwarfed his understanding. The iron crown blazed with the light of the remaining Silmarils, yet their radiance brought no comfort to one who had lived all his days in the hidden realm of Gondolin. Around him stood the greatest servants of evil, Balrogs whose whips cracked like thunder, sorcerers whose knowledge had been bought with the corruption of their souls. Morgoth gazed down upon his prisoner with eyes that saw through flesh and bone to the desires that lay hidden in the deepest chambers of the heart. Here was no hero to be broken upon the rack, no warrior whose courage must be ground down through years of torment. This was a smith who coveted his uncle's crown, a nephew who burned with secret love for one who would never return his affection. The Dark Lord spoke words that cut like knives into the secret places of Meglin's spirit. "You dwell in a city of fools," Morgoth said, his voice carrying false sympathy for the prisoner's sufferings. "They waste your gifts upon trinkets and ornaments, while greater works await your hands. They give high honor to lesser smiths, while your true worth goes unrecognized. The lies mixed with truth in proportions carefully measured to find their mark." Meglin had indeed felt the sting of being overshadowed by others in his uncle's court, and the words awakened resentment that had long festered in darkness. Yet worse was to come, for Morgoth had read the deepest secret of the smith's heart, and would use it as a key to unlock his loyalty. "Idril Celebrindle walks in gardens of silver, while you labor in workshops of stone. She smiles upon Tuor the mortal, while one of her own kindred burns with love unspoken. Do they think you blind to your own desires, or do they simply count them as nothing before their precious policies of concealment?" The poison worked swiftly in Meglin's wounded spirit. Every slight remembered, every moment when his counsel had been overruled. Every glance that Idril had given to another became a grievance that demanded satisfaction. The Dark Lord's words painted pictures of what might be. Gondolin ruled by one who understood the true value of power. Idril won by strength rather than the pretty words of lesser men. Yet Morgoth was too wise to rely upon promises alone. He showed his prisoner the might of Ancalagon the Black, the dragon whose wingspan could cover cities and whose breath turned stone to molten glass. He displayed the armies that filled the plains of Anfaglith, orcs and wolves and fell beasts beyond counting. Against such power, what hope could even the hidden kingdom maintain? "Serve me willingly," the Dark Lord commanded, "and you shall rule in Gondolin when the siege is ended. Refuse, and watch from Thangorodrim, as all you claim to love burns in dragonfire." The choice seemed simple to one whose heart had already been prepared for treachery. Meglin bowed his head and spoke the words that bound him to the service of evil, yet he told himself that he acted from love rather than malice. He would save what could be saved from the ruin to come, and if that required betraying those who had failed to value him properly, then the fault lay with them rather than himself. Morgoth released his new servant with gifts that would ease his path to corruption. A ring of black iron circled Meglin's finger, wrought with spells that would carry his master's voice across any distance. Gold filled his purse, yet it was gold that would turn to ash if his loyalty wavered. Most precious of all was the knowledge he had gained of Angban's strength, for now he understood the futility of resistance, and could speak with authority of the need for accommodation. The guards of Gondolin welcomed their lord's nephew with joy when he returned through the secret paths that led to the hidden valley. They saw the pallor of his face and the shadows beneath his eyes, yet they attributed these to the hardships of travel in dangerous lands. None suspected that their prince had walked in the throne hall of their greatest enemy, and returned as his willing tool. Meglin resumed his place in Turgon's court with words of counsel that seemed wise to those who heard them. He spoke of the need for caution in troubled times, of the danger of sending aid to allies who might betray their trust. When messengers came seeking help from the remnants of other realms, it was often Meglin's voice that argued for refusing their pleas. The defences of Gondolin began to weaken from within, as the traitor's influence spread through the councils of the king. Guards were reassigned from crucial posts under pretexts that seemed reasonable, while supply routes were altered to patterns that would serve the enemy's purposes when the final assault came. Each change was small in itself, yet together they prepared the hidden city for the doom that approached on black wings. King Turgon trusted his sister's son as he trusted few others in his court. When Meglin spoke of the need for new fortifications, the king commanded that they be built. When he counseled against certain military preparations, his advice was heeded. The traitor's ring grew warm upon his finger as each act of sabotage was reported to his master in Angband. Yet the greatest betrayal lay not in the weakening of walls or the misdirection of guards. Meglin's true service to the Dark Lord lay in the slow poisoning of hope itself, the careful cultivation of despair among those who might otherwise have fought to the last. He spoke often of the futility of resistance and the wisdom of accepting inevitable defeat, and his words found fertile ground in hearts already wounded by the losses of war. The trap was nearly set, and soon the hidden city would learn the price of harboring treachery in the name of love. The festival of Gates of Summer dawned fair over the hidden valley of Tumladen. In the courts of Gondolin the fountains sang with voices like silver bells, and the white towers caught the early light and cast it back in rays that seemed to hold the very essence of hope. Yet beneath the joy of that morning lay currents of doom that few could sense, for the traitor's work was nearly complete. Meglin stood upon the walls of his uncle's city and felt the black ring burn cold upon his finger. The signal had come at last from his master in Angband, carried on winds that bore the scent of dragon fire and the promise of destruction. Tonight the armies of Morgoth would march, and the greatest secret of the elder days would be revealed to those who served the Iron Crown. In the armories of the city, weapons lay bright and ready that had never known the stain of battle. The guards of Gondolin bore themselves with pride earned through centuries of peaceful vigilance. Yet their swords had been drawn only in ceremony since the city's founding. They were warriors in name and training, yet they would face their first true test against foes, whose strength had been proven in the fires of conquest. King Turgon walked among his people as the sun climbed toward its zenith, speaking words of blessing and sharing in their joy, as was his custom on the great festivals. His crown caught the light of the fountain spray, and his robes moved like water in the gentle breeze that stirred the banners of his house. He seemed a figure from the elder days when the world was young, yet shadow touched his spirit even in that hour of brightness. The feast began at sunset in the great hall, where the lords of Gondolin had gathered for 7 centuries of celebration. Wine flowed like water, and the harpers sang songs of the undying lands the few now living had ever seen. Yet beneath the music ran notes of farewell, as if the very stones of the city felt the approaching end of all they had been built to protect. Idril Celebrindle sat beside her husband Tuatha, with their son Eärendil playing at her feet. The child bore the mingled beauty of the Eldar and the Edan in his face. Yet tonight his laughter seemed forced, and his games held little of their usual joy. Even the youngest could sense that change rode the evening wind, though none could say what form that change might take. Meglin raised his cup in toast to his king and uncle, yet the wine turned bitter on his tongue. The words of loyalty he spoke rang hollow in his own ears, and the ring upon his finger grew warm as midnight approached. Soon the horn would sound from Thangorodrim, and the doom he had helped to weave would fall upon all who had shown him kindness. The attack came with the dark of the moon, and Calagon the black rose from the northern mountains like a star fallen into evil, his wings blotting out the constellations as he swept southward toward the hidden valley. Behind him flew the lesser dragons of his brood, their flames already kindling in anticipation of the slaughter to come. The air itself seemed to burn where they passed, and their roar shattered the peace of night like thunder from a clear sky. The great Wyam's eyes pierced the veils that had hidden Gondolin since its founding. What had been secret for 7 centuries lay bare before his gaze, and his laughter rolled across the encircling mountains like the voice of doom itself. Below him the white city gleamed in the starlight, beautiful and defenseless as a flower blooming in winter. Tuatha was the first to understand what approached. The mortal man had sailed the coasts of Beleriand and knew the sound of dragon wings upon the wind. He ran through the halls of the palace crying warnings that seemed too terrible to believe. Yet his voice carried the authority of one who had faced the servants of Angband in open battle. The dragons fell upon Gondolin like hawks upon a dove, and Calagon's breath carved channels of molten stone through the fairest towers, while his claws tore gaps in walls that had been raised with the craft of Valinor itself. The lesser Wyams followed their leader's example, each seeking to outdo the others in destruction, as they reduced 7 centuries of labor to ruin in the space of hours. From the secret gate that Meglen's treachery had revealed, the armies of Angband poured into the valley like water through a broken dam. Balrogs strode among the burning gardens with whips of flame, while orcs and wolves and fell beasts spread through the lower city like a plague of locusts. The streets, that had known only the footsteps of the peaceful, filled with the cries of the wounded and the clash of weapons drawn in desperate defense. King Turgon took up the sword Glamdring for the last time, and gathered his household guard around him in the tower of his palace. They were few against many, yet they fought with the courage of those who defend all they hold dear. The king's blade blazed with light that had been kindled in Gondolin's founding, and where it fell, the servants of darkness drew back in fear and pain. Yet numbers told against valor in the end. One by one the defenders fell until Turgon stood alone in the hall, where he had ruled in wisdom for long centuries of peace. Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, came upon him in that final hour, and their battle shook the foundations of the tower itself until the stones began to crack and fall. Tuatha led the escape through passages that Idril's wisdom had prepared against this very catastrophe. Behind them, the city burned with fires that would smoulder for years to come, while ahead lay only the hope of reaching the coast and finding ships that might carry them beyond the reach of Morgoth's vengeance. They were few who fled where thousands had dwelt, yet in their survival lay the seed of hope for the future. Earendale, the half-elven, looked back once at the ruin of the only home he had known, yet his mother urged him forward toward the darkness that might yet hold light for those who dared to seek it. Behind them, Gondolin died in flame and shadow, yet their escape carried with it the memory of beauty that no power of evil could entirely destroy. The last great stronghold of the Noldor had fallen, and with it died the hope that any earthly fortress might stand forever against the malice of the Dark Lord. The Silmaril of Luthien blazed in the treasure halls of Menegroth, with light that had never dimmed since its making in Valinor's bliss. Yet the sacred jewel had become a curse upon the house of Thingol, for its beauty awakened desires that wisdom could not master, even in the protected realm of Doriath. The hunger for the hallowed light began to work its poison in hearts that should have remained pure. King Thingol gazed upon the jewel with eyes that grew brighter and stranger with each passing day. The Silmaril sang to him in voices that spoke of power and glory beyond the reach of lesser lords, and slowly his thoughts turned from the protection of his people to dreams of dominion over all the lands of Middle-earth. The light that should have blessed became the instrument of his corruption. The dwarves of Nograd came to Menegroth, bearing gifts wrought in their mountain forges. Their king had heard tales of the recovered Silmaril, and desired to look upon its wonder with his own eyes. Yet the craftsmen who accompanied him brought skills that Thingol coveted for his own purposes. They could set the sacred jewel in gold and silver, creating a necklace that would be the greatest treasure ever fashioned by mortal hands. Noglamir grew beneath their hammers like a flower of living light. The golden collar that emerged from their workshops seemed to hold starlight itself within its links, and when the Silmaril was set at its heart, the combined radiance filled the halls of Menegroth with glory that made even the lamps of the Eldar seem dim by comparison. Yet beauty carried its own price, and the makers began to covet what they had wrought. Words were spoken in anger that could not be recalled. The dwarves claimed payment for their labor in the very necklace they had created, while Thingol named them thieves who would steal the most sacred treasure of the Eldar. Swords were drawn in the halls of peace. and blood was spilled upon stones that had known only harmony since the girdle of Melian first enclosed the hidden kingdom. Thingol fell with the Noglamir still warm from the forges clutched in his hands. The dwarf blades found their mark despite the protection of centuries of enchantment, and the Grey King's voice was stilled forever in the halls he had ruled since before the rising of the moon. With his death, the greatest of the Eldar lords passed from Middle-earth, and shadows began to gather in places that had long known only light. Queen Melian felt her husband's death like a sword thrust through her own spirit. The Maya, who had wed an elf lord for love of his music, found that grief could accomplish what no power of Morgoth had achieved in all the long years of war. The bonds that held her to Middle-earth began to weaken, and with them the great enchantment that had protected Doriath from all who would do it harm. The girdle of power unravelled like a tapestry whose threads are cupped by careless hands. For centuries it had turned aside the servants of Angband and hidden the forest realm from the eyes of those who wished it evil. Yet now it faded like mist before the morning sun. Doriath lay open to its enemies for the first time since the Elder days, and those enemies were not slow to take advantage of its weakness. Melian spoke words of farewell to the daughter she would leave behind, yet Eluing was too young to understand the weight of the burden that would fall upon her shoulders. The child wore the Noglamir about her neck like a collar of stars, yet she little knew that its light would draw doom upon all who sheltered her. The Queen of Doriath departed for the Undying Lands, leaving her mortal kin to face the dangers of a world grown dark. The sons of Feanor learned of Thingol's death before his body was cold in the earth. Their oath burned within them like fire in their veins, demanding that they reclaim the Silmaril, regardless of the cost in blood or friendship. They had watched one jewel escape their grasp when Beren bore it from Angband, yet this second sacred light lay within their reach if they possessed the will to take it. Celegorm spoke words that his brothers remembered from the kinslaying at Alqualunde. The time for gentle persuasion had passed, and if the child Eluing would not surrender the jewel willingly, then it must be taken by force. They had sworn before the throne of Manwë himself to reclaim their father's work, and no consideration of mercy could weigh against that sacred obligation. The second kinslaying began at dawn on a day when mist hung heavy over the forests of Doriath. The sons of Fuena came with their household guards and fell upon the people of Menegroth like wolves among sheep. Yet they found the grey elves ready to defend their treasure with their lives. The halls that had echoed with music and laughter rang instead with the clash of weapons and the cries of the wounded. Dior Thingol's heir died with his sword in his hand and his wife beside him. The king and queen of Doriath fought back to back in the final defense of their daughter, yet numbers told against courage in the end. Around them the fairest court in Middle-earth dissolved in bloodshed as kinsmen, fought kinsmen for the sake of a jewel that brought doom to all who possessed it. Eluing escaped through passages known only to the royal house. Yet the Noglamir hung heavy about her neck as she fled through forests that no longer offered the protection of Melian's power. Behind her, Menegroth burned with fires set by the sons of Fuena in their fury, while ahead lay only the uncertain hope of reaching the havens of Sirion before her pursuers could overtake her. The great kingdom of Doriath died in that hour, and with it passed the last realm that could remember the elder days when the world was young. The protected places were no more, And the children of Ilúvatar faced the power of Morgoth, with no sanctuary left save the strength of their own hearts. The Silmaril blazed upon the child's breast as she ran through the dying forest. Yet its light brought no comfort to one who had lost everything she held dear for its sake. From his throne of iron and shadow, Morgoth looked upon the fruits of victory and found them bitter. Before him stretched lands that bore his mark upon every mountain and valley, realms emptied of all who had dared to call themselves free. The great kingdoms of the Eldar lay in ashes, their lords dead or fled beyond the circles of the world, yet triumph brought the Dark Lord no peace. The maps spread before his throne showed Beleriand as it had never been in all the long years of war. No bright banners marked the strongholds of his enemies, for those strongholds were dust and memory. No coloured lines showed the borders between rival kingdoms, for there was only one kingdom now, and he was its undisputed master. The very geography had been reshaped by dragonfire, and the passage of his armies until the land itself bore witness to his dominion. Sauron stood at his master's right hand with reports that should have gladdened the heart of one who had fought so long for absolute power. The Orc hosts roamed freely from the Iron Mountains to the shores of Bauglir, taking tribute from any who still drew breath in the shadow of Angband. The great fortresses that had held back the tide of darkness for centuries served now as barracks for the servants of evil, their fair halls echoing with voices that spoke only the black speech. Yet in the depths of his malice, Morgoth found that conquest was a hollow thing. He had dreamed of ruling over subjects who would worship him as a god, yet the lands beneath his shadow held only slaves and corpses. The songs that rose from his dominion were laments for the dead, not hymns of praise for their conqueror. Victory had given him everything he had claimed to desire, yet it tasted of ash in his mouth. The refugees who had escaped the burning of Gondolin huddled in caves along the coast, where the sea winds brought salt spray to mingle with their tears. Gil-galad tried to keep hope alive among the scattered survivors, yet his words rang hollow when spoke to those who had lost everything they held dear. There were few where thousands had been, and their numbers dwindled with each passing season as despair took its toll. In the havens of Sirion, Eowyn came to womanhood with the weight of the Silmaril upon her breast, and the burden of kingship upon her shoulders. The child who had fled from burning Menegroth had become the leader of the last free settlement in all of Beleriand. Yet her realm consisted of little more than crude shelters built from driftwood and hope grown thin as spider silk. The ships that had once carried trade goods between the great cities now served as homes for families who had no other roof to shelter them. Their holds were filled not with treasure but with the meagre possessions of those who had lost everything else to dragonfire and orc blade. Children played among the rigging while their parents kept watch for the black wings that might appear at any moment above the horizon. Irindel the mariner walked the beaches of his diminished realm and felt the call of deeper waters in his blood. The son of Tuatha and Idrel bore within him the restless spirit of both the Eldar and the Eddin, yet he found no peace in either heritage. The sea whispered to him of distant shores where the light of the two trees still lingered, yet he was bound by love and duty to those who depended on his protection. From the watchtowers of Angband, Morgoth's servants kept vigil over their master's domain with eyes that never closed and malice that never slept. They reported every movement of bird or beast, every ship that dared to sail the coastal waters, every word spoken in defiance of the Iron Crown. The surveillance was so complete that even the gulls seemed to serve as spies for the Dark Lord's purposes. Yet perfect knowledge brought its own torments to one whose nature demanded constant opposition. Morgoth had defined himself through struggle against the powers of light, and now that those powers had been driven from Middle-earth, he found himself ruling over a wasteland that reflected his own inner desolation. The songs of his victory were sung by voices that held no joy, and the worship he received came from slaves who feared him rather than followers who loved him. The Dark Lord's paranoia grew with each passing year of his dominion. He saw plots in every shadow and rebellion in every whispered word, for he knew that absolute power bred absolute hatred in the hearts of those who suffered beneath its weight. His spies watched his spies, and his guards stood ready to turn their weapons upon each other at the slightest sign of treachery. Sleep brought no rest to one who had made himself master of nightmares. In dreams he walked through halls filled with the accusing voices of those he had destroyed, and their words echoed with prophecies of doom that chilled even his iron heart. The Silmarils in his crown burned with light that seemed to judge him rather than serve him, and their radiance became a constant reminder of all he had lost in gaining what he thought he wanted. The great library of Angband filled with scrolls that recorded every aspect of his conquered lands, yet the knowledge they contained brought only emptiness. He could command the movement of every army and the fate of every village, yet he could not command the one thing he had always sought, the love and willing service of the children of Eru. They served him from fear alone, and fear was a foundation that would crumble the moment a greater power appeared to challenge his throne. In the deepest chambers of his fortress, Morgoth began to prepare for challenges he could feel gathering beyond the circles of the world. His dominion over Beleriand was complete, yet he sensed that completion itself might be the prelude to catastrophe. The very totality of his victory had left him isolated and vulnerable in ways that partial success had never done. The wheels of doom were turning, and even the mightiest of the Eye, Nor, could not escape the consequences of choices made in wrath and pride. The last ship in the havens of Sirion rocked gently at anchor, while her captains stood upon the weathered dock and felt the weight of impossible choices pressing upon his heart. Irindel, the mariner, had sailed every coast of Middle-earth, and knew the paths of wind and current better than any sailor born since the world's making. Yet the voyage he contemplated now lay beyond the reach of mortal navigation. Eloing stood beside her husband with the Silmaril blazing upon her breast like a captured star. The sacred jewel cast its light across the dark waters of the harbour, yet even that radiance seemed dim against the shadow that had fallen over all the lands they had known. Behind them, in crude shelters built from salvaged timber, the last free people of Beleriand waited for word of what their leaders had decided in this final hour. The children played among the tide pools as if the world were not ending around them. Their laughter carried on the sea wind like music from a time when hope still lived in mortal hearts. Yet even they could sense that change rode the evening air. Soon they would wake to find their protectors gone, and only the uncertain mercy of the waves to shelter them from the servants of Angband. Irindel had dreamed of the Western Sea since boyhood in the halls of Gondolin. His mortal father had filled his ears with tales of lands beyond the sunset where the Valar dwelt in light unmarred by shadow. Yet those stories had seemed like children's fables until the darkness closed over Middle-earth like a tide. Now they offered the only hope that remained for the children of Eru. Vingalot lay ready for the voyage that might be her last. The ship had been built with the craft of both elves and men, her hull strengthened with metals drawn from the deep places of the earth, and her sails woven from threads that held the memory of starlight. She was fair to look upon and swift in the water, yet no vessel had ever been made that could survive the shadowy seas between Middle-earth and the undying lands. The mariner embraced his wife and children with arms that trembled despite his will to remain strong. Words of farewell stuck in his throat like broken glass, for how could he speak of hope when his departure might mean only that they would die alone instead of together? Yet duty called louder than love, and the Silmaril upon Elwing's breast pulsed with light that seemed to urge him toward the western waters. Gil-galad came to the harbour in the hour before dawn, with blessings that carried the weight of kingship and sorrow mingled in equal measure. The young lord who had inherited the crown of the Noldor understood that this voyage might be the last throw of dice that had already fallen badly. Yet even desperate gambles were better than the certainty of slow extinction under Morgoth's rule. Vingalot's crew was few and chosen from among those who had no ties to bind them to the shores of Middle-earth. They were sailors who had lost everything to dragonfire and orc-blade, warriors whose families lay dead in the ruins of great cities, craftsmen whose life's work had been turned to ash in a single night of burning. They followed their captain not from hope of return, but from the knowledge that death at sea was cleaner than death in the shadows of Angband. The ship turned her prow toward the deeps, where no star offered guidance to mortal eyes. Behind them, the coast of Beleriand fell away into mist and memory, while ahead stretched waters that had been forbidden to the children of Ilúvatar since the rebellion of the Noldor. The wind that filled their sails carried voices that might have been the songs of gulls or the warnings of powers beyond the circles of the world. Through leagues of storm and calm they sailed, while the very sea seemed to test their resolve. Waves rose like mountains of green glass and crashed down upon their deck with the force of avalanches. Yet Vingalot rode them out like a gull upon the wind. The compass spun wildly as they passed beyond the ordered paths of Middle-earth into regions where the laws of the world itself grew thin and strange. Strange lights danced upon the water in the deep watches of the night. The crew saw islands that were not there when morning came, and heard music that drew their hearts toward rocks that would have shattered their hull like brittle pottery. Eärendil bound himself to the mast when the singing grew too sweet to resist, for he alone among them bore the burden of command that could not be surrendered to the voices of the deep. The enchanted isles rose from the sea like the dreams of sleeping gods. Between their shores the water ran still as polished glass, and the very air grew thick with enchantments that had been woven to turn back any who sought the straight road to Valinor, the undying lands. Ships that sailed into those waters were said to drift forever in dreams that felt more real than waking. Yet Eärendil pressed forward with the Silmaril, blazing like a beacon in the bow of his ship. It was the sacred jewel that opened the path through barriers that no mortal craft should have been able to pass. The light of the two trees still dwelt within that crystal heart, and it sang to its kindred across the western waters with voice that no power of the Valar could deny. Vingalot slipped through channels that closed behind her like water healing from a wound, carrying her crew toward shores that few among the Eldar had seen since the world was young. The towers of Valmar rose from the plain of Valinor like music made manifest in stone and starlight. Their beauty struck the mariners dumb with wonder, for they had been born in lands where shadow lay heavy over all fair things. Here the very air seemed to sing with joy, and flowers bloomed that had no names in the tongues of Middle-earth. Eärendil walked alone through gardens where every leaf held light within its veins. His mortal flesh felt the weight of that radiance like a burden too great to bear. Yet he pressed forward until he came at last to the Ring of Doom, where the Valar sat in judgment upon the deeds of all who dwelt within. There he fell upon his face and spoke the words that had been burning in his heart since first he turned his ship toward the forbidden west. The plea that rose from his lips carried the weight of all the grief that Middle-earth had known. He spoke for children who would never see their parents again, for cities that lay in ruins beneath dragonfire, for hope that had been ground down beneath the iron wheels of Morgoth's malice. His voice broke as he named the friends who had died and the realms that had fallen. Yet still he pressed forward with his desperate petition. The Valar heard his words and felt the echo of their own sorrow in his mortal pain. The horns of Valinor sounded across the undying lands with voices that had been silent since the music's first discord. From halls where no shadow had ever fallen, the host of the West gathered in numbers beyond the counting of mortal minds. Their banners bore the symbols of powers older than the sun and moon, and their armor gleamed with light that had been kindled before the world's foundation. Eönwë, herald of Manwë, rode at the head of that mighty array with a sword that blazed like captured lightning in his hand. Behind him marched the Maiar who had never known corruption, their forms terrible in beauty and their strength drawn from the wells of creation itself. They came not as conquerors seeking dominion, but as healers, bringing justice to lands that had suffered too long beneath the shadow of evil. The Vanyar followed their lord Ingwien, with faces set like flint toward the coming battle. These fairest of the Eldar had dwelt longest in the light of the two trees, and their hatred of the darkness was pure and cold as starlight upon snow. Their voices rose in songs of war that made the very air tremble, and their spears thirsted for the blood of orcs and the flesh of dragons. Behind them came the Noldor, who had remained faithful when their kindred chose the path of exile. Finarfin led his people with banners that bore no stain of kinslaying or oath-breaking, and their return to Middle-earth carried the promise of redemption for all who had fallen into shadow. They remembered the light of Valinor, and would kindle it again in lands that had known only darkness. The ships of the Teleri sailed in their wake like white birds upon waters that parted before their passage. King Olwë had forgiven the slaughter at Alqualunde and given his vessels to the cause of justice. Yet his mariners sang laments for their kinsmen who had died upon those very shores. The swan ships bore no weapons of war, yet they carried power enough to humble the pride of those who had shed innocent blood. Eärendil sailed among them in Vingalot transformed. The Valar had blessed his ship with light that never dimmed and strength that could not be broken. And upon her prow blazed the Silmaril that had become a star to guide all who walked in darkness. The mariner bore his burden willingly now, for he understood that his vessel had become the herald of hope returning to lands that had forgotten what hope might mean. The host of Valinor came to Middle-earth like sunrise after the longest night. Their landing upon the shores of Beleriand split the very foundations of the earth, and the light of their coming drove back shadows that had lain heavy over those coasts for centuries beyond counting. The sea itself rejoiced at their passage, and the waves sang songs of welcome that had not been heard since the world was young. Morgoth felt their approach like ice in his iron heart. From the heights of Thangorodrim he looked upon forces that dwarfed his own mighty hosts, and for the first time since his rebellion in the halls of Iluvatar, he knew the taste of fear. Yet pride burned stronger than wisdom in his corrupted spirit, and he summoned all his strength for the final battle that would decide the fate of Middle-earth itself. The dragons rose from their lairs in numbers that darkened the sky like storm clouds pregnant with flame, and Calagon the Black led his brood with roars that shattered mountains and wings that stirred hurricanes from the still air. Behind them flew the Balrogs of Gothmog with whips of fire and shadows that devoured light itself. The very air above Beleriand became a battlefield where creatures of myth and legend fought for the mastery of creation. Gil-galad led the survivors of his people from their hiding places to stand beside the host of the West. Few they were compared to the armies that marched from Valinor, the undying lands. Yet their courage blazed bright as stars in darkness. They had endured the worst that evil could devise and emerged with their spirits unbroken. And now they would see their faith rewarded with victory beyond their wildest dreams. The battle raged across land and sea and sky with fury that threatened to unmake the very foundations of the world. Mountains crumbled beneath the feet of warriors whose strength was drawn from the depths of creation, while the sea boiled where the blood of dragons mingled with the tears of those they had slain. The earth itself groaned under the weight of powers unleashed that had been chained since the world's beginning. Irindel rose to meet Ankalegan in combat that would be remembered until the ending of all things. Vingalot climbed through air that burned with dragonfire while her captain held fast to courage that had carried him across the sundering seas. The Silmaril upon his brow blazed with light that had never been dimmed by shadow, and its radiance cut through the darkness like a sword through silk. The great dragon fell at last, with wings that covered the ruin of 3 peaks of Thangorodrim. His death cry echoed across the battlefield like the last note of a song that had been evil from its beginning, and with his passing the strength went out of all who had served the Dark Lord. The lesser dragons fled to holes in the earth where they would sleep until the world's ending, while the Balrogs were bound in chains stronger than those that held their master. Morgoth himself was brought at last in fetters before the judgment seat of those he had defied. The iron crown was struck from his brow and the Silmarils reclaimed from his keeping, yet even in defeat his malice burned undiminished. He spoke curses that would poison the world until its remaking, and his words carried power that no victory could entirely quench. The Valar cast him through the door of night into the void that lies beyond the circles of the world. There he would remain until the dagger Daggeroth, when all things would be unmade and made anew. Yet his shadow would linger in the hearts of those he had corrupted and the works he had wrought in malice. Beleriand itself could not survive the fury of the final battle. The lands that had been fair in the elder days sank beneath the waves, and only a few islands remained above the waters to mark where great kingdoms had once flourished. The sea covered the graves of heroes and the ruins of cities, yet it could not wash away the memory of all that had been lost and won. The elder days ended with the chaining of Morgoth and the breaking of the lands where the Silmarils had blazed in darkness. Yet from that ending came new beginnings, and hope returned to Middle-earth like dawn after the longest night that the world had ever known. The void beyond the door of night received its prisoner with silence deeper than the depths of the sea. Morgoth fell through emptiness that had no bottom and darkness that knew no dawn. His iron crown broken and his power scattered like ash upon the wind. Behind him the door swung shut with finality that echoed through the halls of creation, and the first shadow that had fallen upon the music was banished beyond the circles of time itself. Yet even in defeat, the Dark Lord's legacy lingered in the world he had marred. The very stones of Middle-earth remembered the weight of his malice, and the hearts of those who had served him carried scars that would never fully heal. His greatest servant fled eastward into lands where the light of Valinor had never shone, there to nurse his master's hatred and plan new sorrows for the children of the One. The Silmarils were recovered from the ruin of Thango-Rodrim, yet their fate proved bitter to those who had fought so long for their return. 2 of the sacred jewels burned the hands of Feanor's surviving sons, and in their agony the oath-bound princes cast themselves into fire and sea rather than endure the pain of touching what they had sworn to reclaim. Only one remained, blazing upon Erondel's brow as he sailed the paths of heaven. The mariner had become a star, in truth, his ship transformed into a beacon that would guide travellers through darkness until the world's ending. Eloing flew beside him in the form of a great seabird, and their love became a light that neither shadow nor storm could dim. Children yet unborn would look up at evening and see their passage across the sky, and take comfort in the knowledge that even in the darkest hour, hope endured. Gil-galad gathered the survivors of his people and led them eastward to lands that had been spared the worst of the war's devastation. Few they were compared to the great hosts that had sailed from Valinor in the elder days. Yet they carried with them wisdom earned through suffering and strength tempered in the fires of loss. They would build new realms in Middle-earth and keep watch against the shadows that still moved in distant places. Many of the Eldar chose the path across the sea to the undying lands. Their ships sailed westward with the evening tide, bearing refugees from wars that had lasted longer than the lives of mountains. They sang as they departed, yet their songs were laments for all that had been lost as much as hymns of thanksgiving for victory won. The music of their farewell drifted across the water until it became indistinguishable from the voice of the waves themselves. The world was remade in the aftermath of the great battle. New lands rose from the depths of the sea, while others sank beneath waves that would cover them until the ending of all things. The very shape of Middle-earth was changed, and maps drawn in the elder days became as useless as snow in summer. Yet from the breaking came beauty, and rivers ran clear again in valleys that had known only shadow. The Edain received their reward for faithfulness in the hour of greatest darkness. A star-shaped island rose from the western sea to be their dwelling place, and there they would build a kingdom mightier than any that had flourished in the dark years of Morgoth's dominion. Their descendants would sail far across the waters of the world, yet they would carry always the memory of those who had died that they might live in peace. The Second Age began quietly, like dawn after storm. In hidden valleys the flowers bloomed again, and birds sang songs that had been silent since the breaking of the siege. Children played in gardens where their parents planted trees that would grow tall and fair, and the laughter of the innocent rose once more to mingle with the music of wind and water. The great tales of the elder days passed into legend and song. Minstrels sang of Beren and Luthien, of Fingolfin's last ride, of Turin's tragic courage. Yet their words could not capture the full weight of what had been lost and won. The heroes became figures of myth, their deeds magnified by time until they seemed more than mortal. Yet those who had known them remembered faces marked by sorrow and hands that trembled with the weight of impossible choices. In the deeps of the earth, treasures lost in the wars began their slow journey back toward the light. Streams carried gold washed from dragon hoards, and miners would find gems that had been hidden in darkness since the world's youth. The very stones began to heal from the wounds that malice had carved upon them, though that healing would take ages longer than the lives of those who had fought to make it possible. The Valar withdrew once more to their halls in the undying lands, yet they did not close their hearts to the world they had saved. Their influence moved like a gentle wind through all the lands of Middle-earth, bringing comfort to the grieving and strength to those who built new homes upon the ruins of the old. They had learned that love required not dominion but service, and they served now as guardians rather than rulers. And so the wheel of the ages turned, bringing new joys and new sorrows to the children of Eru. The darkness of the elder days was ended, yet other shadows would rise in time to test the courage of those who came after. Heroes would be born who would face their own impossible choices, and their tales too would be told around fires when the world grew dark and hope seemed distant. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, yet one among them shone brighter than all the rest. Erindale the mariner sailed the paths of night with the Silmaril blazing upon his prow, and his light fell like blessing upon all who walked in darkness. As long as that star shone, the memory of the elder days would endure, and those who looked up at evening would remember that even the mightiest evil could be overcome by courage wedded to love. The fire burns low now, and the hour grows late. Our tale of Melkor's fall and Morgoth's doom has reached its ending, as all tales must. Rest well, fellow wanderers, and may your dreams be filled with the light of stars that shine beyond the reach of shadow. The darkness of night holds no terror for those who carry hope within their hearts, and morning will come again as it always has, as it always will. Sleep peacefully and wake to brighter days.